Doing well, Commissioner.
Good.
Hello, Reese.
I see many of us are representing here this evening.
What we represent?
Breast cancer awareness.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. But you know, I love pink all year long.
I know. Hello, Cassandra, Madam Attorney.
How are you today?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Excellent.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, hello everyone.
Nice to meet you here this evening.
Yes.
Okay, let's get the show on the road. Mr. Mayor, you got to, can I bend your ear for a minute here for an opinion? I think the way we're going to run this is, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to do speakers to start. Well, we've got a couple of the comp plan things that we should be able to get through, but there's speakers for that. But we'll do speakers to start, then staff, and then we'll do commissioner discussion. And when we get to commissioner discussion, if it's okay with you, we can do this however you want. I can kind of run the discussion until we peel off and we do individual motions on either side. And my preference would be, rather than just let it free form, would be we make one pass through, and if people have something they want to ask or say, then we start taking motions. So we got some structure to the whole process. But if that's amenable to you, I just didn't want to, step on city toes here. So
sounds great. Technically, you're hosting the meeting in your chambers, so we follow your lead.
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. County Administrator, where are we starting with here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, this item, public hearing item number 22, is a joint county city adoption hearing on proposed 2020 cycle amendments to the Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan. You have 3 speakers on this item, item number 22, on the respective amendments. There are no additional written comments on these. I will hand it off to Artie White for any introductory comments, and then I'll be prepared to go to our speakers who have registered to speak on this item. Artie?
Good evening, Commissioners. Very pleased to spend the evening with you. As far as introductory comments, I can share my screen real quick. We do have 5 amendments. These are all part of the 2020 Comprehensive Plan amendment cycle. We've already adopted, and the small scale amendments have taken effect. So what's left tonight are either large scale map amendments. Those are map amendments greater than 10 acres in size, or amendments that are considered text amendments. So that would be amendments to a goal, objective, policy, or a figure. And the way we have the agenda organized is following the public comment. There will be 3 that require a vote by both the county and the city. And then there'll be a city-only vote on one amendment and a county-only vote on the final amendment. I'll hand it back over to Mr. Administrator.
Thank you very much, Artie. And I will proceed with the speakers. And after that, Artie will hand it back to you for the presentation and then to the chair to facilitate the commissioner's discussion. So our first speaker on this item is Darwin Gamble. Let me just remind all callers that you will be identified by your name and asked to provide comments for up to 3 minutes. For those joining by video, you may experience a few second transition as we bring you into the meeting. You will be asked and you'll be prompted rather to unmute your device if you choose, and to activate your video. Again, you'll receive an automatic prompt to unmute your device. Once prompted, please state your name and address for the record. And again, please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. If you experience technical difficulties during the call, please bear with us. If unresolved, we will move to the next speaker. So thank you for that. And with that, our first speaker on this item is Darwin Gamble.
Good evening. This is Darwin Gamble, 1248 Halifax Court. As most of you know, Chapter 163 of the Florida statutes requires local governments to conduct 2 public hearings prior to the adoption of any comprehensive plan amendment, one at the transmittal stage and the other at the adoption stage. Well, you're counting the event that was held on May 26th as the public hearing of the transmittal stage. And as I told the City Commission a few weeks ago, you can't really count that because it was not a real public hearing because the public was not heard. The technology that you're using right now to listen to public speakers was available back on May 26th, but you didn't use it. You told the public instead to send written comments in, and I'm sorry, those written comments don't count. It's called a public hearing, not a public reading. Just look at the city and county's own policies on public hearings. It's policy 108 for the city and 01-05 for the county. Both of those policies refer to speakers, not writers. And like a broken record, I also have to refer to Chapter 286. That's the Sunshine Law, specifically. Section 286.0114, the Florida statutes, says boards and commissions must give the public a reasonable opportunity to be heard. Now, folks, 6 of you were on the county commission in 2013 when that legislation passed, and it was controversial. If all you did was watch and listen to the news reports, you knew that the legislature was talking about speaking and being heard, not writing and being read. And as all of you also know, none of the governor's executive orders waived any requirements in Chapter 286 or 163 for that matter. So my point is this: if you adopt any one of these comprehensive amendments tonight, you'll be one public hearing short. The law requires you to conduct 2 public hearings. And maybe nobody will care, and you'll be lucky and you won't get hit with a lawsuit or anything. But I just wanted to warn you, if somebody does care and object, you could be in trouble down the line. Again, you're one public hearing short. What happened on May 26th was not a real public hearing. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bob Apgar.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. I wanted to speak on the Welaunee Arch Amendment. Is that before you now?
Right, we had you down for both, sir, but if you'd like, we can just move you to item 23, which would be the workshop on the Welaunee Arch Amendment.
Thank you. That'd be fine.
Absolutely. The next speaker then on item 22, and the final speaker we have is Max Epstein. Calling again, Max Epstein. And I'm just looking for a signal from our control room, but it appears that we do not have Mr. Epstein at this time. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our speakers on this item. And with that, excuse me, do we have someone? And with that, we will, I'll hand it back to you, Mr. Chairman. We'll go to Artie.
Yeah.
Artie, you're up.
Thank you, commissioners. I'll go ahead and share my screen again, and we can go through the 5 comp plan amendments. So the first one, and I won't spend too much time on these since we have done the workshop and the transmittal hearing, and now we're at the adoption hearing. But if there are any questions, I'm happy to spend some time and answer any questions that may have. Otherwise, I'll kind of go through these fairly quickly, if that's okay with everyone. So the first amendment is to the Southeast Sector Plan. It does include some text amendments to goals, objectives, and policies within the land use element. It would amend a figure in the land use element. It would also amend a figure that's in the mobility element dealing with roadway functional classification. The local planning agency did recommend approval of this unanimously. There would be a county vote and a city vote on this one. So when we get to the county voting, the staff recommendation for adoption would be option 1. I do have to read the city ordinance title into the record, so I'll do that now. So it would be ordinance number 20-0-32, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting text amendments to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts, and providing an effective date. And so when it comes to the city voting, that would be option 1 is for adoption if that's the will of the commission. And I'll head over to Chairman Deloge if you would like to.
So we start with the county with option 1. Artie, if I understood correctly. Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Before we get started, Mr. Gamble has done some research and has voiced some concerns. I wonder if it would be appropriate for the city attorney and the county attorney to weigh in before we begin this process.
Not a bad idea.
Mr. Chair, I had just raised my hand to ask the same question the mayor did, so thank you for that. I would welcome the opinion of both of our council.
Perfect. Okay, you want to? We'll do county first, and then city attorney. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, city commissioners and county commissioners. For the county commissioners, 286 does require an opportunity for public comment. It does not provide the method for public comment. Of course, everyone is used to live in-person public comment in normal times, but there was nothing that precluded the county commission from holding its hearing and providing for that public comment in written form as opposed to in real-time public comment format. I would say the same thing in Chapter 163 specific to comprehensive plan matters. It says provide every opportunity to be heard. The county commission made a policy decision about the format of that public comment.
Okay.
It's completely legal.
Okay. Cassandra, city attorney, would you like to weigh in as well?
Certainly, I agree with everything that Ms. Osteen has stated, but I would also add that we were responding pursuant to the executive order of the governor that specifically permitted us, in keeping with, of course, Chapter 286, to have the hearing in a virtual format using communications media technology. We followed the specific rules as set out in the administrative code for conducting those meetings. So they were in full compliance with the law.
Thank you, Cassandra. Good comments, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner Dozier. So, Artie, do we go to a vote now on each of these as we go through? What would be the most appropriate way to do this?
Yes, Commissioner. At this point, it would probably be most appropriate for the county to take a vote and then subsequently have the city do the same.
All right, so county commissioners, there's option number 1 in the material you've got, and I would entertain a motion or to start with.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Dozier.
I will make a motion for option 1, and I'll pause for a second from the county side.
I'll second that to make sure. Okay. And
just a quick
you have the floor. Go.
Yes, I was simply going to say I appreciate both our county attorney and city attorney's comments about Mr. Gamble's assessment in the public comment period. I think a handful of us voted against or were in support of real-time comments going back several months. At this point, I'm comfortable moving forward. I'll participate with the rest of the board. We made these decisions together, and with our attorney's recommendation, with the caveat that I still have a question as to whether or not we could be faced with legal challenges in the future, city or county. So I'm going to take our recommendation. We're working together as a group based on our policy. I'm not sure this issue's been resolved for us or statewide. So I think it's something we should be conscious of going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it.
Great. Okay, county commissioners, we have a motion and we have a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no hands up, all in favor of the motion as presented by Commissioner Dozier, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay. You want to go through all the county ones while I've got county here? Mr. Mayor, if that's all right, I'll just skip through and do the county ones. Which would be next would be option, I'll just go down. Option 3, is there a motion for option 3 from the county? Commissioner Maddox, is there a second? Commissioner
Second.
Dozier. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion about option 3 as been presented? All in favor? Commissioner Dozier, I see you raised your hand. I don't want to cut you off. Do you have a question?
Well, I heard Artie saying he was going through fairly quickly. Each of these is a different amendment, correct? So typically we would take votes simultaneously, county and city on each amendment if staff had any additional presentation. So I just wanted to clarify that. Are we just blowing through and not having any more?
No, that's a good point. Artie, had you planned to present in between each of these?
I had, but we can do this either way. It's up to your preference.
Mr. Chair, it would be my preference to at least state the option that we're voting on, whether
Okay.
you read it or Artie goes through it. He had that one slide.
Well, let's go back.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the old-fashioned way, which is the way we've kind of done it. Mr. Mayor, I'll pass it over to you since option 2 is in your court, and then we'll come back, and if Artie needs to present, okay, that's fine. Go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
City Commissioners, good afternoon. Is there a motion for staff recommendation? Moved by Commissioner Bryant,
Second.
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? It passes unanimously 5-0. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, back. Artie, did you want to present something before we get into the option 3?
I'll just note real quick that the next amendment is an amendment to the neighborhood boundary land use category. I won't necessarily get into the details unless there's questions. This was based on a lot of feedback from both the Bond neighborhood as well as Griffin Heights. I think that's important to point out. When it comes to the county vote, staff recommendation is option 3. And I'll note that the local planning agency did recommend approval of this unanimously. I will read the city ordinance into the record as required. This would be ordinance number 20-0-33, an ordinance of the city of Tallahassee adopting text amendments to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflict, and providing an effective date. So with the county voting, staff recommendations option 3. For city, it would be staff recommendations option 1 on the city agenda.
All right. So on the county side, I've got option 3 I'm looking at in my material. Is there a motion to support option 3?
Move option 3.
Commissioner Lindley moves. Do I have a second? Commissioner Dozier. Okay. Any discussion? All right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition on the county side? Not to my recollection or viewpoint here. Back to you, Mr. Mayor. Passes on our side.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, colleagues, our recommended staff recommendation would be option number 1. Is there a motion on the table?
Move option number 1, Mr. Mayor.
Properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Is there any further discussion on the item on the table? And this is for 2020-011. Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It passes unanimously 5-0. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Artie, back to you. Something in the interim?
Thank you, Chairman. So the next amendment would be an amendment that would expand the urban services area to the Pinecone Woods development as shown on the map on the screen. For the county, this staff recommendation would be option number 5. For the city ordinance, it's ordinance number 20-0-34, an ordinance of the city of Tallahassee adopting text amendments to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts, and providing an effective date. For staff recommendation, that would be option 1 for the city side. And that's all I have, Chairman.
Great, thank you. Okay, county commissioners. So option number 5, is there a motion to accept as presented?
Move option 5.
I've got a motion by Commissioner Jackson, seconded by Commissioner Maddox. Is there any discussion on the county side? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, colleagues, on this particular item, our recommended.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, excuse me. Chairman, I will oppose the previous vote of expanding the urban services line to Pine Cone. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I wanted my vote to reflect I oppose. Thank you.
Okay. I apologize, Mr. Proctor. Didn't run Commissioner Proctor. Okay, 6-1 on the last vote. Okay.
Colleagues,
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Staff is recommending option number 1. What is the direction of the City Commission?
Move option number 1, Mr. Mayor.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson for staff recommendation, option number 1. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Been properly seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Mr. Chairman, the next item is a city-only item, so I'll just keep rolling forward. Artie, if you will introduce it for us, please, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. So this next one would be a map amendment. And this does two things. It would change the future land use designation for property in both Bond and Griffin Heights from residential preservation to neighborhood boundary. This is the map of the Bond neighborhood where that would apply. And this is where it would apply to the Griffin Heights neighborhood. These changes are being made in close coordination with both of those neighborhoods to implement their respective neighborhood first plans. As you noted, Mayor, this does not require a vote from the county. This would be city only. It is included as option 7 just for the county's reference. The ordinance for the city would be ordinance number 20-0-36, an ordinance of the city of Tallahassee adopting a large-scale map amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts, and providing an effective date. And staff recommendation would be option 1.
Okay, colleagues. Any
Move
direct
acceptance of staff recommendation.
Mayor Pro Tem properly moved staff's recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly seconded by Commissioner Bryan. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. Mr. Chairman, the gavel is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Artie, anything else you need to set up for us on this last one?
I'll just note that this last amendment is a map amendment that kind of goes along with that urban service area one that was voted on a moment ago. And this would change the future land use designation for Pinecone Woods from rural to Bradfordville mixed use. And staff recommendation is option number 8.
Okay, thank you. Okay, county commissioners, is there a motion on the floor? Commissioner Jackson, did I see?
Move option 8.
She's got motion for option 8, second by Commissioner Maddox. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the motion as presented signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, 6-1, motion carries. I think that's it for that, am I right?
You're right.
Okay, all right, so next up.
Okay. County Attorney, if you want to, do they need to adjourn the public hearing and convene the workshop?
How do we do that? You mean adjourn the public hearing part? Okay, so we are going to, what I think from a technical standpoint, nobody leave, but we're going to formally, I'm going to go ahead and, I'm going to adjourn the public hearing. We're going to reconvene in a minute for the workshop, okay? So effectively now I'm gaveling the meeting closed, meeting is adjourned, and give me 30 seconds or so, or a minute. Anybody need a quick break? And then we'll start back on our formal workshop. That was a good catch, thanks.
We're ready when you are.
Okay. All right, I didn't see anybody leave, and I know we've got a long evening in front of us here, so I'd rather get the show on the road. So we'll go ahead and open up the workshop. I think the way we're going to do that, and this is what the mayor and I were talking about at the beginning of the meeting, is we're going to have the speakers, of which we have 31 speakers, have the speakers go first. Then we will have staff present their presentation, and then we will have commissioner discussion. It would be my preference, and this was a conversation I had with the mayor earlier, which would be that we do a once around commission discussion and then we get into motions. I don't want to jump off a cliff and start running us, because this is going to be a long, complicated meeting, and I'd like everybody to have a chance to speak. So, and we'll do a round robin once before we take motions, and then mayor and I will then split up and manage that independently. So with that, we're into citizen comments, and I'll hand it off to you, to Mr. Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, let me just make a quick announcement related to our speakers. Again, if anyone's joining us for this item and did not hear the first time I made this announcement, just a quick reminder that you'll be identified by your name and asked to provide comments for up to 3 minutes. For those joining by video, you may experience just a few second transition as we bring you into the meeting. When you're asked to speak, you'll be added to the meeting and you'll be prompted to unmute your device. Again, you'll receive an automated prompt to unmute your device. Once prompted, please state your name and address for the record. And again, please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. If you experience technical difficulties during the call, please bear with us. If unresolved, we will move to the next speaker, but we'll certainly try to resolve any issues that we encounter. With that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we are ready to begin the public speakers. And the first speaker is Steve Evans.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome, Steve.
Oh, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to provide some additional insight into the work that the Leon County Sales Tax Committee undertook to ensure that well-planned projects were publicly reviewed, discussed, and vetted over 2 years before going to the Leon County voters. However, before I begin, I'd like to thank each of you for your hard work and leadership this year. I know that 2020 has been a challenging year for everybody, and appreciate all that you have done to ensure the health and safety of this great community. At the same time, and for those of you who weren't on either commission during the years that the 18-member committee did its work, I'd like to once again call out the tremendous work and cooperation on behalf of both the city and county staff through the leadership of Christina Paredes in making sure that we were prepared and that the public was engaged to address more than $2 billion of critical infrastructure projects that were crucial to this great community. Commissioners, I'm here today to urge you to move forward with the proposed amendments and rezoning for the Welaunee Critical Area Plan. The Welaunee project was added to the committee's list of critical infrastructure projects we were taking through our process. It's important to note that every project brought before our committee was discussed, evaluated, or rejected, and if chosen, was further prioritized based on 8 key theme criteria. Those criteria for the Welaunee project, which qualified for 6 of those 8, was regional mobility and transportation, environmental water quality, connectivity, economic vitality, ecotourism, parks, and finally gateways. Also important to note was that throughout the entire sales tax process, every meeting was open to the public, with public comment taken at each meeting. Over 2 years, we had 25 meetings specifically regarding the infrastructure projects alone. Each one was thoroughly vetted, with citizens weighing in and with public comments throughout each stage. Ultimately, the project will support a new I-10 interchange, as well as provide the leverage to attract interchange funding from other sources. The I-10 interchange, Welaunee Boulevard, and other region-serving roads will take pressure off the scenic and protected Miccosukee and Centerville Canopy roads, and potentially avoid costs for upgrades at the Thomasville Road and the US 90 I-10 interchanges. After significant voter approval in the fall of 2014, the public voted 65% to approve and extend the sales tax for infrastructure-related projects, which included the Northeast Gateway, as all of you know. On top of that, and in just the last 12 months, there have been nearly 20 public meetings on this project, and the planning department has actively engaged the public on the Welaunee Critical Area Plan in each one of those. As a result, enhancements to this project now include provisions for commercial employment and an activity center surrounding the anticipated new I-10 interchange. the designation of mixed-use areas to provide neighborhood-level services and a sense of place, designation of over 1,900 acres of open space for parks, conservation area, and greenways for public use, expand the canopy road protection, enhancement of the regional stormwater facilities.
Mr. Evans, excuse me, that's your time, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bob Apgar.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Bob Apgar, 510 Frank Shaw Road, Tallahassee. I'm the attorney for the Buckhead Homeowners Association. I'm sure you're all aware that Buckhead is located immediately north of the interstate and adjacent to the point where Welaunee Boulevard is going to cross I-10, which is the point Mr. Evans just referred to as the Northeast Gateway. And the plan amendment designates it for the most intensive commercial and development in the project. And that's why our neighborhood is particularly concerned with it. I'm pleased to tell you that we support the compact, walkable urban development that's described in the comprehensive plan amendment. We think this is, to us, this is development that will look like downtown Tallahassee, which is much more desirable than the sprawl pattern of development that we see out Appalachian Parkway and out Thomasville Road north of the interstate and in other areas of our city. And the most important element in assuring that this compact, workable urban development occurs is the roadway network, which is described in the comprehensive plan as the grid street system. This is the element that determines the shape of the urban project. We would like to see that grid street system designed now and included in the master plan. We think you'd be well justified in holding off for several months on adopting this plan amendment so that the planning department could develop that street network and it could be put in place to avoid the possibility that future development of that network could be frustrated by the placement of large PUD projects that might make it impossible to complete that street network. Let's design it and map it now. Or if you decide not to hold off on the plan amendment, direct staff to make the design of this street network their priority and the next thing to be incorporated into the Welaunee Arch Master Plan. Walkable urban development should be our aim. It is the best pattern of development for the future of Tallahassee and certainly for the citizens of this area. And we urge you to take these steps to be sure that it will occur. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two speakers, just so we know who's on deck, we'll have Kathy Archibald to be followed by Sue Dick.
Thank you, commissioners, for, I started my video. I'm getting confusing messages. Okay, my name is Kathy Archibald. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you, 7100 Roberts Road. I wanted to comment on a couple of things. I am having a little bit of technical difficulty. I've lost my Wi-Fi a couple of times here, so I hope it doesn't happen again. This is concerning the the Stormwater Facilities Master Plan, or rather the lack thereof. It's stated in the document that the first PUD to come online would be consistent with the Stormwater Facility Master Plans and transportation plans for the phase of the arch in which they are located. But if a comprehensive plan is not addressed at the front end, how can it be claimed to be a regional plan? Because that is the criteria for the stormwater plan for all of Welaunee. It is the regional concept. The concept of allowing each PUD to do their portion of that plan lacks continuity with being able to follow that into the regional concept. The same holds true for the transportation master plan. Speaking to Mr. Apgar's point about the general reference to a master transportation plan, but there being no specifics as to who is responsible for developing that, just like the stormwater facilities master plan, nor the timetable that would be required. It seems like these two things are very critical before anybody turns dirt on any PUD. And I would also say that the Welaunee Boulevard is going to be the first development within the arch, not a PUD. And yet there's no stormwater master plan and no transportation master plan. In addition, there's no stipulation as to the timing of the development of those plans. And how is that holistic planning, which was the overarching concept of the blueprint concept in the beginning? I also wanted to speak about the alignment for Welaunee Boulevard. At the north end, it touches the conservation easement, and it came about as a result of a settlement agreement between many of us up here in this area and Tallahassee. And all parties agreed that their, quote, intent was to preserve this area in perpetuity as the area and open space. Friends, in perpetuity means forever. But here we are with city commissioners willing to violate that promise.
Ms. Archibald, that concludes your time, please.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sue Dick, to be followed by Jeff Blair.
Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, Mayor. It's nice to see everybody. Thank you. My name is Sue Dick, and I'm president of the Greater Tallahassee Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity this evening. I would first like to recognize your leadership and dedicated work of staff as we plan for the future of our community. And as a representative and president of one of our 3 chambers of commerce in our community, I also want to thank you from the business community for everything you have been doing, you and your staff, not only on these important issues, but as we've been working through COVID and keeping our community safe. So thank you very, very much. I'm here this evening to speak in support of the proposed amendments to the Welaunee Critical Area Plan. I hope you will vote to move forward with the proposed amendments and not delay. Tallahassee is known for balancing growth while maintaining the beauty and natural amenities we all love. We're also recognized for our inclusive and extensive planning process and community input sessions. As a result of these processes, citizen input occurs, sometimes resulting in changes and compromises, resulting in oftentimes a better product. Planning and engagement is important not only in these matters, but as we live in our day-to-day world within the business community as well. It was nice to see Kathy Archibald. I was actually going to note this, and I'm happy to see her. I haven't seen her in several years, but I had the opportunity to witness the original Blueprint Committee process in 1998 when I worked at the Chamber of Commerce for Joe Kelly. Western was rolling off as our chairman, so a lot of great leaders of our community that worked hard together. Individuals such as Commissioner Richardson and Representative of the Business Environmental Community worked hours upon hours back then to really lay out a framework for what we wanted to be for the future. We worked for years outlining a plan for the original Blueprint infrastructure projects that passed in 2000. And as a note, and I truly do believe this, many, many, many jobs were created and saved in 2008 during the Great Recession because of the work that was done ahead of time to plan for infrastructure projects. Jobs, construction jobs, plumbers, surveyors, landscapers, tremendous amount of jobs. And I do believe that carried us through that time in our community because of the planning ahead. That took a lot of leadership and that took a lot of vision. Commissioner Richardson, thank you for that. You're part of that process. And also thank you to the staff. And most importantly, thank you to our community that supported to vote those projects. That's true in 2012 when Steve Evans chaired the Citizens Committee that reviewed the projects for a sales tax renewal that would be in 2014. As mentioned by Steve earlier, that passed 65% by our community in 2014.
Sue, that concludes the time. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sue.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeff Blair, to be followed by Todd Sperry.
Are you able to hear me?
We are.
I guess it's my turn, yes? For some reason.
Yes, Jeff Blair, please.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jeff Blair, and I reside at 1803 Old Fort Drive, and I've been a resident of Leon County since 1977. Keep It Rural has asked you to vote to incorporate our Welaunee Parks and Greenways Plan proposal, including the critical refuge habitat park, into the Welaunee Arch Master Plan before adoption. We are asking you that you reject option 1 or 2, staff's recommendations, vote for option 3, not to set the adoption hearing for November 10th, but more importantly, make and then support an option 4, that is to direct staff to revise the Welaunee Arch Master Plan with correlating maps and table to incorporate Keep It Rural's Welaunee Parks and Greenways Plan, including the Refuge Habitat Park that would encompass Land Use District 5. Direct staff to incorporate a transfer of development rights mechanism to implement the Refuge Habitat Park. Finally, direct staff to schedule another joint workshop in November to review the revisions and then schedule the adoption hearing before the end of 2020. We are agreeable to Killearn Homeowners Association friendly amendment to include the stop clause language. Our Parks and Greenways Plan completely fits within the 40% open space requirement already established in the master plan. The Refuge Habitat Park is critical to the Parks and Greenways Plan and is needed to protect water quality and habitat and displaced species. It makes up Land Use District 5, incorporating 755 acres of open space, of which 333 is already environmentally constrained and only 422 is developable. With our Parks and Greenway Plan, there will be no loss of development capacity. There will be buildable acreage offsets provided to developers of the PUDs through a transfer of development rights mechanism for Land Use District 4 that allows them to use the Refuge Habitat Park acreage as an offset to meet up to half of their open space requirements. As a result, they will get more developable land in District 4 in compensation for contributing to the Refuge Habitat Park in District 5. The landowners are receiving the benefits of significant public investment, including significantly increased property values and development capacity, and the citizens of Leon County would be getting a critically needed Refuge Habitat Park. This is a win-win for our community, and we will support adoption of the plan in 2020 if our park is included. Please do the right thing for the citizens of Leon County and for our environment. Add the Refuge Habitat Park to the master plan. And by this action, you will be fairly representing the interests of the entire community, which is what we elected you to do. This request is not the perfect getting in the way of the good enough. Without the Refuge Habitat Park, the master plan quite simply is not good enough. Our plan is data-driven and science-based. After the final no, there comes a yes, and on that yes, the future world depends. Please vote.
That's time. That is your time. Thank you. The next speaker is Todd Sperry, to be followed by Debbie Lightsey.
Okay, I'm here. Todd Sperry, 2275 Trescott Drive. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak tonight. You know, I've been involved in planning and development of Leon County for over 35 years. I also had the pleasure of hanging out with Commissioner Richardson and Steve Evans for 2 years on the Sales Tax Committee. You know, I want to start out by stating a couple facts, then I'm going to give you my opinion. Fact, for our community to have economic growth, we must create jobs, and those people need places to live. The question is, where they live. Fact, entitling property does not ensure development occurs. Educated investors will decide when the demand is real before any investment and a lot of permitting. Entitlement provides an opportunity for economic and physical growth of our community. Entitlement is a significant way local government contributes to economic development. Here comes the opinion section. The population of Leon County could easily double in the next 50 years if we stay economically vital. The cost of housing is rising in our community over 2 times the cost of living. This is a factor of not enough inventory of houses and buildable lots. Creating a development of this density in Northeast Tallahassee will help stabilize costs throughout our community by providing shovel-ready lots that will provide more competition in the new construction market and take some pressure off the demand for the existing housing stock. This is extremely a rare opportunity for our community to have input on a piece of property this size. This development will have localized commercial and mixed-use development that will reduce trips on our roads. Also, the creation of new commercial property creates opportunity for investments from outside of our community. This development provides logical transitions of densities that will avoid the battles of trying to increase density and intensity in our developed urban areas. Planned infrastructure, stormwater will prevent having to react to patchwork development. The greenways and open areas will be amazing assets the entire community can experience. I feel this discussion is not about how this will impact our community in 2025 and 2030. I am more focused on 2070. In my opinion, this development will not be close to build out in 50 years. Should this property be developed at low density, it could reach build out in 30 years. This will contribute to a bigger problem. In 2070, this body will be voting to expand our urban service area to continue the growth of our community. We'll be approving higher density development that leapfrogs over lower density development, adding trips to our roads with extraordinary infrastructure costs. We must develop the land within our urban service area that is appropriate density. I urge you to approve this comp plan amendment. Thank you. I made time.
You did. Thank you. The next speaker, Debbie Lightsey, to be followed by Alan Kesey.
Hello.
We hear you.
Thank you, Vince. Would you allow me to drop out of the lineup now and join back in with the series of ATN speakers? I'm supposed to be speaker number 3, if that's possible.
No, you've ordered. Keep going. No. We've got an order. They're going through it. Debbie, we're going to stick to the order we've got.
Okay, that's fine. Good evening. My name is Debbie Lightsey. My address is 2340 Cypress Cove Drive in Tallahassee, and I'm speaking for ATN. I'm addressing the issue of the fiscal impact of approving these amendments and master plan. We have repeatedly asked staff to do a fiscal impact analysis on this large urban services expansion and this master plan. The material before you tonight includes no such analysis, but flatly states that there is no fiscal impact. Numerous studies over many years have shown that growth does not pay for itself, but instead results in a long-term drain on public resources. Tall Timbers has done several of these studies. Speaking for ATN, this is our first ask. Direct the city budget office to do such an analysis using the standard formula. This will include costs for long-term maintenance of new public facilities, continuing operating expenses, and the cost of governmental services like police, fire, schools, transit, libraries, etc. Make that report available prior to the adoption of these amendments. With approval of this plan, you are granting hundreds of millions of dollars of development rights. In return, you should include every possible mechanism to minimize the long-term cost to your taxpayers. The public is already picking up the tab for the construction of the 2 major roadways to serve this property. That cost is $47 million. Add to that the $40 million for the new interstate exchange. That is a lot of public subsidy. On this thousands of acres of property, the plan is to allow a minimum of 12,500 dwelling units and 3 million square feet of non-residential development. Conspicuously absent from this plan is the standard requirement on huge undeveloped parcels to donate land for future school sites, fire stations, transit facilities, libraries, etc. Please don't grant immensely valuable development rights on this land and then later ask the public to buy it back at highly inflated prices. The city is the applicant here, and you as city and county commissioners are asked to approve this plan. Here is our second ask. Please require that before adoption, language is added that builds in development threshold triggers to ensure that as this property development moves forward, land will be donated for these essential public facilities. These triggers are used in other documents and other major plans like this. They're not unique, and we hope that you will include them in this plan too. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alan Kesey, to be followed by Pierce Rowling.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. Appreciate commissioners, Mr. Mayor. I'm Alan Kesey, CEO of Capital Regional Medical Center. I want to thank you for this opportunity today to speak on behalf of the project. I live at 6598 Lake Pisgah Drive. I returned into Tallahassee in 2018. I love Tallahassee and glad to be back here from where I previously was. And one of the first things I was excited to see was this potential development really close to my hospital here in Capital Regional. Looking at the Welaunee Master Plan development and the access to healthcare that the infrastructure these dollars will provide for future generations is essential. As the closest hospital to the proposed new I-10 interchange and all the future development of the roads and the neighborhoods, time really does matter when you're trying to get to the hospital if you're having an emergency. And I know the staff and many committees, as if you've heard for years, have spent countless hours preparing and planning for this very smart and logical development in our Northeast corridor. So I wholeheartedly support it on behalf of myself, the hospital, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak and urge you to adopt the staff recommendations and to move forward on November 10th with the next steps. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker, Pierce Rowling, to be followed by Rosa Morgan.
Hello, good evening. My name is Piers Rawling, and I live at 1320 Gulf Terrace Drive, Tallahassee, Florida 32301. If you can know that. I'm president of the Myers Park Neighborhood Association and a founding member of the Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods, or ATN, on whose behalf I'm speaking tonight. Some of you are familiar with this already, but to recap, ATN comprises 11 neighborhoods representing over 4,500 households of some of your most engaged constituents. We advocate for policies and initiatives that protect and enhance Tallahassee and all its neighborhoods. Vibrant neighborhoods are, after all, key to Tallahassee's enviable quality of life. As members of ATN, we draw upon our collective knowledge and expertise in our effort to build consensus on critical issues and take constructive action. We believe that citizen participation in city development processes is vital to a successful and sustainable future. The development of the 4,800-acre Welaunee property will affect the entire community, including in-town neighborhoods, fiscally, socioeconomically, and environmentally. For this reason, ATN has already expressed various concerns about the original proposed Welaunee master plan. While we greatly appreciate all the work that staff have done and their willingness to interact with us, we feel more needs to be done, especially regarding issues that are of community-wide concern. Specifically, in our view, changes need to be made concerning the following elements of the plan, which will be addressed by some of my fellow ATN members later in the meeting, or in the case of Debbie Lightsey, you've just heard from her. The others are Rosa Morgan, who will address affordable housing, Mike Brazine, who will address environmental impact, Wendy Gray, who will address the need for more clarity in various policies. And finally, the ATN co-chair, Sean Nyberg, will give concluding remarks. He's unfortunately been listed as Sheeb, apparently, but anyway, I'm sure you'll get it right when he comes up. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rosa Morgan, to be followed by Mike Brazen.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rosa Ramos Morgan, 400 Capitol Circle Southeast in Tallahassee. I am one of the at-large neighborhood representatives with the Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods. I'm speaking today because we are concerned about the lack of commitment to affordable housing to be incorporated into the proposed Welaunee Arch land use amendments. Housing policy in our community must be built upon the pillars of accessibility and affordability and distributed equitably. Therefore, I'm asking you to support the recommendation number 4 to allow for additional dialogue and for additional board and commission direction on this vital issue. Our local government must create an environment that is favorable to the development of affordable housing by the private sector. Regulatory incentives are tied to local government's land use authority and its land use development planning efforts. The proposed amendments desperately need more attention, more detail, and more thoughtful guidance from this board and commission. For example, the proposal lacks the required specifics and depth. Contrary to the agenda item, provisions of affordable housing would not result in additional concentration of affordable housing because there is not affordable housing in this land area, so it cannot be additional. As you know, affordable housing is not spread equitably across the entire community. Instead, it is concentrated on the southern part.
She's locked up. We appear to have a technical difficulty there. We waited a moment here to see if it may have resolved because it seems to be she seems to have locked up. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker, Mike Brazen, to be followed by Wendy Gray.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Mike Brazine. I live at 1401 North Randolph Circle, and I'm speaking as an ATN member. The current thinking is that the arch development won't get rolling until 2035. It will still be developing by 2050. We know the world will be quite different by 2050, with many of the challenges, such as climate change, brought on by our own indifference now. What can we do now to give Arch residents a gift rather than another challenge? My answer turns to the beautiful, spirit-rising natural environment that so defines and sustains Tallahassee, the gift of mature, healthy, diverse forest and rolling hills. To create that gift, we need to create a holistic urban forest plan for the Arch that is consistent with the city's plan. Why is that needed now? There are statements in the proposed open space policy, 13.2.36, that do not sufficiently support mature, healthy, diverse forest and the rolling hills. Here are a few examples. First, much of the proposed open space policy refers to future PUDs meeting the standards of the current land development code. Instead, we should require that the best management practices at the time of PUD development be used. Second, there is a loosely defined credits approach that could work against retaining mature, healthy, diverse forest and rolling hills. Essentially, if a PUD exceeds the open space acreage minimum, the developer is entitled to a credit for the overage in other PUDs. We all know that open space is not just open space. There is a value in what inhabits that open space, whether it be healthy, mature forest, a rolling terrain, or an open, flat field. If a credit system is used, there needs to be specific standards to ensure the open space stays true to the original intentions. The open space needs to be mapped and the resulting management standards defined. While I've been talking about open space, similar concerns apply to the built environment. Look, we're making a substantial initial and ongoing public investment. We have an eye to the future. There needs to be policies and land development standards that direct how site plans and subdivisions will protect the natural and topographic features. Let's give the future a wonderful gift, something we love, the natural beauty of Tallahassee. To do that, we need more policy direction and plan standards to protect the Arch's mature, healthy, diverse forest and rolling hills. And request, as do the residents of the 800 homes in Benton Hills, option 4, board and commission direction to work out the necessary details. Thank you.
The next speaker is Wendy Gray, to be followed by Sean Nyberg.
Commissioners, my name is Wendy Gray. I live at 1047 Myers Park Drive in Tallahassee, and I'm an at-large member of the Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods, on whose behalf I speak tonight. I'm going to be presenting a series of questions which I've also have submitted in writing in case I don't get through all of them. But their significance is that while there are very good intentions expressed regarding the plan, if the language is not clear, the implementation will become very complicated and difficult. So the questions that we have are, why does the phasing plan expire in 2035? No other plan policies expire at the end of the plan horizon. Second, why is the only transit requirement to coordinate with Star Metro? How does the plan result in an effective transit system between Welaunee and other major employment centers such as Southwood and downtown? 3, why did the limit on non-residential development increase from the initial drafts of 1.9 million square feet to 3 million square feet? Where is the data that justifies this increase? 4, if there is a policy limiting non-residential development to 3 million square feet, why do the land use districts cumulatively allow approximately 8 times more non-residential development? 5, the range of non-residential development in the land use districts is so broad that almost any kind of development can occur. For example, a district called Town Center is intended to be a compact node, but its size can range from 15 acres to 125 acres. How can the city be able to ensure the result is actually a town center? 6, it appears that mixed-use centers can be developed with only street trees and a few public squares. How is this consistent with the community preference for designing spaces to accommodate mature, healthy trees? 7, the open space and conservation policy specifically references compliance with Section 5 of the Tallahassee Environmental Management Code. Elsewhere, the plan refers simply to applying standards in effect at the time of development. Why does this policy different than all the others? And lastly, the public has always been told, and the comprehensive plan specifies, that master plans such as Welaunee will be implemented through planned unit developments, or PUDs. Why does this amendment now include other options that are not part of the Tallahassee land development process? And is there assurance that these other mechanisms will require the same level of information as a PUD, and that they will require public hearings and commission approval? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sean Nyberg, to be followed by Christique Henry.
Hello, this is Sean. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Sean Nyberg. I'm at 919 Brookwood Drive, Tallahassee. I'm president of the Brookwood Drive Neighborhood Association, and I also serve as co-chair for ATN. And several of my colleagues have already spoken tonight, and I think they've clearly stated some of the reasons why we believe that not only our neighborhoods, but ATN are asking for more discussion and review before decisions are made on Welaunee. First of all, I want to thank you all for your service and your staff and the time that you've put into these amendments and the discussions that have gone on before and public input. But we do appreciate that you are open to hear the voice of your fellow citizens tonight and listen when we're asking that there just be a little bit more time on these pretty significant impacts that are going to take place in our community. I'm asking you to move on option 4 and not move on your staff recommendations for options 1 and 2. And ATN, as always, is ready to provide any assistance or service that we can render to you. And we thank you for your time tonight. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christique Henry, to be followed by Randy Denker. Okay, I'm being told that we do not have Christique Henry on, so we'll go to Randy Denker, to be followed by Laura Newton.
Okay. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. My name is Randy Denker, and I would like to see the commissioners include 6 items in the Welaunee Master Plan. And I will cover them in a very brief way because other people have covered them in more detail. The first is I would urge the commissioners to adopt the Keep It Rural plan for park and green space in Welaunee's master plan. The second thing I would ask is that there be a fiscal impact analysis so that Welaunee and not the taxpayers pay for this development as requested by the Alliance for Tallahassee Neighborhoods. The third is I would ask the commissioners to ban the extension of natural gas to Welaunee. There is no rationale for paying for gas pipelines to Welaunee when the city is committed to eliminating gas energy in the next 10 to 15 years. It costs more than $8 million a mile to run a gas pipeline. So make Welaunee all electric so that when the grid is 100% green, the proper infrastructure will already be there and we won't need to retrofit anything, which is very expensive. This is good for the taxpayers, good for the climate. Number 4, please don't run the Welaunee Boulevard through the conservation easement that was promised to the residents of Circa. To do so would be a gigantic breach of faith with the community. There are alternative routes available, and I'm asking you to please use them. Keep your word to the citizens. In fact, I hope you'll rethink the entire Welaunee Parkway going that far north, because it seems to me we're still building for cars and copying the transportation models of the 1990s. Instead of spending over $100 million on the parkway and interchanges, I'd like to see us invest that money in reliable, attractive public transportation options. And I think that would be a better use of tax dollars. Number 5, stormwater. I would ask that you require on-site pre-treatment so that taxpayers don't need to pay to clean the dirty runoff. The city of Nashua, New Hampshire has done this, and it has saved their city millions of dollars. It's what we were all told in kindergarten. If you make a mess, you need to clean it up. So let's require this kind of corporate responsibility instead of corporate welfare. And number 6, require green construction techniques on Welaunee buildings to save energy, including but not limited to solar panels on all buildings, gray water recycling, narrower streets to lessen runoff, make it walkable, bikeable, cluster more homes. Let's make this something really visionary, a template for future growth, not same old suburban subdivision planning. We know how to make green livable communities. We need the will and the vision to make it happen. And finally, I would urge the commissioners to delay the adoption hearing for the Welaunee Comprehensive Plan amendments in order to allow full incorporation of all the public comments that you are hearing into the amendments. Thank you very much. I appreciate your patience.
Next, we have Laura Newton, to be followed by Danielle Irwin.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, hi, this is Laura Newton, 4541 Pecan Branch, 32309. Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. I'm asking that you please vote to incorporate the Keep It Rural Welaunee Parks and Greenways proposal into the Welaunee Arch Master Plan before final adoption. When the comprehensive plan text and maximum map amendments were introduced, proposing to expand the urban services boundary to include the 2,800 acres of the Welaunee Arch, one of the most compelling arguments was that this was a chance to work with the landowners, a family that cares about this community and this land, a chance to create the best possible plan development for Tallahassee. The Keep It Rural plan is the manifestation of that chance. We have a chance to get it right by writing a master plan that assures us that individual developers or one large developer will know that this community and these commissioners expect for this massive area of what is now rural land, but will, once this plan is adopted, be planned urban development. We have a chance to create a master plan that provides a refuge habitat park for the wildlife, the endangered species, which will be displaced by development. We have a chance to protect the wetlands and forests and to provide a buffer for the rural area beyond Welaunee. We have a chance to provide park access for the residents in the rural areas along Crump, Proctor, Roberts, and Miccosukee, people who represent a mix of race and income, some folks whose families have lived there for generations, who do not have access to the large parks in the more affluent parts of town. We have a chance to create a master plan that provides even greater value to those who develop Welaunee and those who settle in Welaunee by enhancing the value of the land that can be developed, by providing residents with access to passive and active parks, greenways, trails, and open space. Once these comprehensive plan amendments are finalized and adopted, this chance to ensure that these 2,800 acres of red hills, these wetlands and upland forests, and the wildlife that live there, the features that make Tallahassee a gorgeous and desirable place to live, to be assured that they will be developed appropriately, will be dependent upon fractured PUDs. The Keep It Rural plan accomplishes all of this without reducing the number of acres eligible for development or reducing the proposed density. It simply organizes them into the best possible plan for the benefit of all involved. Please grab this chance while we still can. Thank you, Commissioners.
Next up, we have Danielle Irwin to be followed by Shirley Kearns.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioners. My name is Danielle Irwin, 3185 Ferns Glen Drive. I come to you today as a resident of Killarn Estates and a board member on the Killarn Homeowners Association to talk about the disconnect between the City of Tallahassee's master plan and Blueprint Northeast Gateway. Our traffic engineer has represented our homeowner association with Blueprint on the traffic study and the assumptions that the Northeast Gateway has been based on, and that traffic study goes through 2045 and is based on the assumption that of the residential area, only 40% would be developed and 33% of the non-residential units. And those went into the assumption of the traffic study, but yet the master plan allows for significantly more without any stopgap for when those assumptions of that traffic study for that roadway have been met. So the Killarn Homeowners Association has already submitted comments to you separately, and I would like to support those by saying that we need a stop clause before development exceeds the conditions upon which the Northeast Gateway is designed. And this really comes with the concern about increased traffic in our neighborhood. Now, keep in mind that the master plan allows for 12,500 residential units, but the traffic study was based on 4,834 units, residential units. The master plan also allows for 3 million square feet of non-residential space, but the traffic study was based on 1 million square feet of non-residential. So we need to make sure that before those development limits that the traffic study was based on for the Northeast Gateway are met, we have some stop clause that then initiates a new traffic study. So that is the ask, and I hope that you support that. I think that Blueprint and the City of Tallahassee can coordinate a lot more. I have been asking in multiple public venues of the planning staff, how does this relate to the Northeast Gateway, and have gotten no good answers. So I'm very grateful for our traffic engineer to be representing the interests of Killarney Estates. And I hope that you read that letter and vote for option 3 to not set the adoption hearing, and option 4 to encourage the city and county to coordinate with Killarney Homeowners Association on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Shirley Kearns, to be followed by Gloria Pugh.
Hi, this is Shirley Kearns.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Great.
We can.
Okay. Sorry. 4550 Timberlock Drive. I'm the president of the Buckhead Homeowners Association. I've heard a lot of good feedback tonight. I'll try to be brief. With the recent decision by Blueprint that confirms the alignment that Welaunee extension will go due north from the interchange, probably within a quarter mile, no more than a quarter mile from the homes in Buckhead. We are particularly concerned with the intense development, commercial development, mixed-use development that will inevitably occur along that extension. If you look at we're encouraged with the revised plan 13.2.20 that discusses the interchange and the flyover. But what we're puzzled with, and what we have asked about and not gotten good answers, are these. It states that Welaunee Boulevard shall connect to an interchange. And it says that the potential interchange shall be designed consistent with federally approved interchange justification report. But then it goes on to say that the intent is to allow for the design of the interchange and the gridded street network, that it should serve to divert traffic onto the network of town center streets, and that it should support the environment that prioritizes pedestrian mobility. We've asked a number of times why that is not shall, why is it should? If the goal is that it is to be, then it should be shall, not should. We know what should means, and it allows for too much ambiguity there. I'd like to finish really quickly by saying that we also do support Keep It Rural's park plan. We think it's important for the preservation of the natural habitat that does afford. I do agree with Ms. Irwin's comments a moment ago. There seems to be a real disconnect between the comp plan, master plan, and the blueprint plans. So I think delay in the adoption to look at some of these issues is imperative, and we'd ask that you do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Gloria Pugh, to be followed by Kim Ross.
Okay, where am I? Where am I? Oh, here I am.
We can hear you, Gloria.
Oh, hey, okay, I was looking for stuff. I need to put some more light on. Hey, Dean, can you put some light on? Hey, guys, thank you so much. My name is Gloria Pugh. I am 1013 McClendon Drive. The Welaunee project has been 30 years in the making. Since 1990, the comprehensive plan designated most of the Welaunee as critical planning area for future growth. The City of Tallahassee has identified 4,800-acre Welaunee Arch for future growth that will avoid suburban sprawl. That vision has always included mixed-use development, quality parks, major roads, and with potential for I-10 interchange that would relieve congested thoroughfares like Thomasville Road, along with taking pressure off scenic and protected roads such as Miccosukee and Centerville Canopy roads. Responsible development can be done. What's more, this will be a very positive impact on our local economy. Currently, there is a huge demand for new single-family housing. If you talk to any of the realtors in our community, they will report to you that new single homes are not to be found in Tallahassee. Unfortunately, people are not looking to buy homes that were built in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s that need to be renovated. The price point for doing that is astronomical. I certainly believe in this project. I think this project would be very beneficial to our community. I think this will be an economic engine. I think this will rise all boats. I really think that this is an opportunity that the community should embrace. I believe that a lot of concessions have been made to meet what the concerns are from individuals who do not completely support this. But the reality is in our community is that we cannot be, it's my way or the highway. We must all work together to move our community forward. I urge you to move forward with the proposed amendments and rezoning for the Welaunee critical area plan. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate everything that you have all done, and I appreciate all of the time, 30 years worth of volunteer hours and paid staff time hours. It is now time for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kim Ross, to be followed by Lucia Summer.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing our comments and for taking the time to do a workshop. My name is Kim Ross, and I reside at 1203 Buckingham Drive. I'm speaking, my first comments will be on behalf of Tally 100% Together. On behalf of Tally 100% Together, we're hoping that the city and county will reconsider taking the suggestion that the master plan require new homes to be electric vehicle ready with conduit and wiring designed for the later addition of EV stations. In particular, we want to make sure we correct the misunderstanding that was stated in some of the documents around costs. The costs to make a home EV ready are negligible in a newly constructed home, and most of you know I can speak to that personally. There is a precedent also in the joint housing policies regarding energy efficiency to have those specific requirements for new construction of homes. So therefore, this amendment could address EV ready requirements. We also support, as an organization, we work to support energy transition as a just and equitable transition. So therefore, we support the Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods position on the affordable housing allocations. Housing and energy are very closely connected. And finally, the reason to move to Tallahassee to a clean energy future is to reduce or eliminate the city's impact on climate change. And similarly, maintaining a mature, healthy forest is critical to this goal. So therefore, we also join with the Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhood and the Keep It Rural positions and support their recommendations on these issues. And we also look forward to making sure that the clean energy plan and energy efficiency, solar, Energy Star appliances and LEED standards are taken into account as the PUDs are developed. Finally, just one comment on behalf of myself. We, the people, have a regular ongoing challenge with our leaders, and we ask for changes, and there's not a lot of back and forth. In fact, in this case, we made suggestions and they were considered, rejected or not, and while we can speak up now, and I appreciate you making that possible, there's still not a planned back and forth. I realize that there have been hearings and citizen input, but I'm talking about here and now, and I feel like we're almost there. We submitted feedback, didn't see the amendments, nor whether or not our recommendations were taken until it was put on the agenda. And now that it's submitted, the recommendation by the staff is to move forward to another hearing. So there's no rush. Try something different. Schedule another workshop to go over the changes that happened based on tonight's feedback and based on your recommendations. You know, Artie has been great and he's juggled a lot. I know he could meet with groups one more time and he's been courteous to meet with us. There's no reason to rush this. I think, though I'm not sure, that's why the city went ahead and passed a motion to request an extension.
That is your time.
So it's a huge minute. Let's get it right. Let's take some more time to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lucia Summer, to be followed by Kathy McGuire.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, this is Lucia Summer, 1611 Milton Street. Thank you so much, commissioners. Mine will be really short. I would just ask you to please support Keep It Rural's plan for increasing green space in the Welaunee Master Plan, and please support the Alliance of Tallahassee's Neighborhoods proposal to ensure that Welaunee is primarily self-supporting rather than depending on public funds for additional infrastructure, and that it creates a diverse and sustainable community through multi-income housing and ample tree cover. As a taxpaying citizen, voter, and a committed local campaign volunteer, it's extremely important to me that this major public investment produces benefits for the entire community that is funding it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kathy McGuire to be followed by John Hendrick.
Ready?
We're ready. We hear you.
Thank you. My name is Kathy McGuire. I live at 1101 Pine Street, and I'm the Lafayette Park representative on ATN, and I personally support ATN's recommendations. I urge you to move for option 4 in order to give yourselves and us the opportunity to increase affordable housing, which I know has been a goal for the City Commission, to call for predominantly self-supporting development, which is something that I know you want to do for your commissions of the future, and to retain our precious mature forest and topography within the arch. I also hope that you will continue to move forward with developing one stormwater drainage plan for the entire arch so that it can be addressed in a meaningful way. Thank you and your staff for your time, effort, and consideration on this important topic. Thank you.
Next is John Hedrick to be followed by Max Epstein. Okay, I think we may have lost Mr. Hendrick. Oh, here we go. He's up now. Thank you.
No, I'm not here. It was not cooperating with me. Good evening.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm John Hedrick, Chair of the Leon County Democratic Executive Committee, and the committee voted last night to urge the Tallahassee City Commission to stand by its decision to delay the Welaunee Comprehensive Plan amendments until the next plan cycle 6 months from now, so further constructive citizen input could be considered and the amendments can be revised to reflect that input. Likewise, we urge the County Commission to support the city's effort to delay the scheduled adoption until the next cycle 6 months from now, so input and amendments can be revised to reflect that. I believe the options that translates to is options 3 and 4 on your plate tonight. While the Welaunee, we have submitted information in writing, so if I don't get all through this, I refer that to you, which got sent to all 12 of you. While the Welaunee Comprehensive Plan has been under consideration for some time, stakeholder and citizen opinion has evolved over these years because of changing views on land use and density considerations regarding environmental impact, infrastructure costs, and operating expense implications, and the use of scarce public resources to support private endeavor in a time of severe economic, social, health, and environmental challenges. What were thought to be appropriate growth strategies when the process started, they may no longer be so. These considerations call for ample opportunity for reviewed citizen input to ensure that these concerns are amply discussed and explored, and that the final decisions taken by the city and county reflect both broad citizen input and acceptance. As elected leaders of the community, it is your responsibility and duty to do so, and we call upon you to delay the process to permit the time needed for broad input. While the developers may wish to proceed forward expeditiously, public authorities must act responsibly with regards to the use of public resources and the impacts of such decisions and are and should be under no such pressure. If contrary to our wishes and the wishes of other citizen groups, the commissions move ahead with these amendments now, we ask you to make further changes to the amendment language before adoption. We endorse the analysis of the Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods, specifically on the issues of the development being self-supporting and on strengthening the provisions on affordable housing and tree protection. Also, we ask you to reject the proposed change that would eliminate the requirement of a stormwater management plan for the entire Welaunee Arch prior to construction. Poor stormwater management is, of course, a pollution problem as well as a flooding problem. Common sense suggests the development by development stormwater plan will be ineffective. This intuition is confirmed by the comments of city stormwater staff. The phased stormwater management approach will not work for the Welaunee Arch. We want you to keep the requirement for an overall stormwater plan for the entire Welaunee Arch prior to construction. So thank you very much for y'all's time, and we look forward to the decisions you make. Have a great evening.
Next up is Max Epstein, to be followed by Jeremy Cohen.
Hello.
We hear you.
Hi, this is Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. And I wanted to come talk to you primarily about equity today. And I would urge, as the previous speaker said, options 3 and 4 to continue to plan this to make it right. The option to not have a master stormwater plan is not acceptable, especially with all of the conversations that we have been having in the past about poor planning. That is what led to the Boynton Still change, poor planning. And furthermore, as far as equity goes, this was a former plantation site, and we are increasing the landowner's value exponentially by extending the urban services area to this place. Parts of the Welaunee land, the plantations, this is from Sarah Sally McCabe on Facebook. Before and after the Civil War, the House Place Plantation, 47 slaves, southern tract of the James Kirksey Plantation, 180 slaves, the Lagrange Plantation, 245 slaves, and the Fleischman family acquired this in 1912 and became landlords of many of these former slaves. So if you go ahead with this process, you are going to be permitting the bulldozing or building on top of these things. We found the Miccosukee graveyard and the Capitol Club graveyard. We need more time to plan this. And I hope that the city, if they were to go forward, would take Diane Williams Cox's suggestion to include more people on the south side of town that should be receiving these urban services areas to annex them inside of town. They are disenfranchised voters, and you are creating more enfranchised voters. You are artificially keeping the land to our south that our comp plan specifically says needs this infrastructure artificially low, while increasing the value of land that the comp plan says we need to not be subsidizing. So we really need to make sure that this plan, A, follows everything that Keep It Rural said to make this an equitable development, but this must be equitable for everyone who lives in town, because we are going to be dealing with this for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeremy Cohen, to be followed by Steve Bean.
Can you hear me?
We can. You're recognized.
All right. My name is Jeremy Cohen of 2518 Marston Road, and I'm speaking today in support of the Welaunee Arch Master Plan. First, I want to thank many of you here today who have taken a leadership role in Blueprint for as many as 20 years. I know you put in a tremendous amount of time reviewing and improving the plans and listening to community input on behalf of Blueprint. I really appreciate that. The Tallahassee community supports you and the good work Blueprint has done, as evidenced by the 68,000 people who voted in favor of the Blueprint extension in 2014, was over 65% of voters. That is a huge margin, as a testament to the work you put in and the positive impact blueprint has made on this community. For Welaunee, I know there's also been extensive community input with the planning dating all the way back to 1990, years of work, dozens of meetings with public input, and here we are on the verge of a game changer for our community. The ball is on the 1 yard line here. It is time to punch it in. So why am I in favor of it? To me, it comes down to how we can address some of the problems we face in this community today and how we prepare for what's coming our way in the future. Today, crime and poverty are major problems in Tallahassee. Study after study shows that jobs and opportunity are critical to fighting crime and poverty. Communities that provide attractive new places to live and work in an environment of growth are the ones that win the battle for job opportunities and new businesses coming to town. Communities that say no to growth and projects such as Welaunee are the ones that lose out in this competitive market for jobs and opportunities for their residents. Now, looking ahead to the future, according to the Florida Scorecard, the projected population range for Leon County in 2030 is between 332 and 366,000 residents, up from 292,000 today. So we'll be seeing an increase of 40 to 70,000 residents in Leon County in the next 10 years. These new residents need places to live, right? Our single family residential housing stock is not keeping pace with demand today. How will we keep up with that demand in the future? Where will they live? In order to keep our unemployment rate the same as it was before the pandemic to account for this population growth, the county needs to provide over 16,000 net new jobs by 2030. So not losing any jobs and providing 16,000 new jobs by 2030. Well, good new jobs come to communities that plan for them. Businesses and organizations want to be established and grow in communities that manage congestion, that have a wide range of housing options, that have beautiful parks and amenities, and that say yes to smart growth. This is a good thing for this community. For the sake of crime, poverty, jobs, opportunities, and housing, I would urge you to move forward with the proposed amendments and rezoning for the Welaunee Critical Area Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Bean, to be followed by Antonio Jefferson.
Okay, I think I'm on. Am I on?
You are. You're recognized.
All right. I'm Steve Bean, 1101 Pine Street. I'm a member of Tally 100 and also the steering committee for the Leon Democratic Executive Committee. The people who've spoken already with suggestions for changes to the plan and qualms about the plan really have said everything I would have said in the substance. I particularly want to endorse the comments of the ATN speakers and the Keep It Rural speakers. I have been incredibly impressed with the thoroughness and depth and thoughtfulness of their work on Welaunee, and I hope that you value it as much as I do. I think it's incredible what they are volunteering in terms of efforts to help these commissioners, the commissions make the right decisions here. I want to go back though to something that you may not be eager to hear about, but I listened to Darwin Gamble's comments at the very beginning of this event and to the responses of the city attorneys to his contention that during the time when the commissions were meeting and this joint commission was meeting without allowing the public to speak as we are now, even though obviously you could have allowed that. I signed on to a letter with Mr. Gamble some months ago arguing that actually the law did require public speaking at meetings, but regardless of whether the attorneys are right that it's not legally required, obviously you commissioners could have chosen to do what you're doing tonight. And your decision not to for so much of the process that's leading us up to this adoption, I think is an additional reason to go slow now. Even if you had allowed the kind of comment we're having tonight, in this time when all interactions or most interactions are over the phone or through vehicles like this, it's just hard to have the kind of meaningful collaboration and discussion that I think is warranted for such a huge decision that's going to have impacts on our community for decades to come. So that's an additional reason, in my opinion, to not move ahead with adoption next month, but to give it a little more time. Hopefully, we'll have the ability before too long to actually sit down face to face, which we don't have right now. And I think we'll end up with a better decision if you wait for that. So those are my
That is your time, sir.
Thank you.
Antonio Jefferson, to be followed by Glenda Thornton.
I'm here, sir. Give me just a minute to turn on video here.
There you are. You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. And Chairman Deloge, Mayor Daley, and commissioners, thank you for allowing me a moment to speak on an issue that I believe is very critical to our community. The Big Bend Minority Chamber of Commerce stands in support of the Welaunee Arch Comprehensive Plan Amendment and rezoning, associated rezoning. Mayor and commissioners, you should be commended for what you have done, the time that you, your staff have put into getting this community where it is. We have faced one of the most challenging times in our entire existence in trying to be good public servants and opening this process up for the necessary community, all of the members of the community that desire to comment on this critical issue to do that. No plan is perfect. And you've done a yeoman's job in trying to ensure that you've collected public input on what you've done today and how you're moving forward. You're doing as well as the best. And Tallahassee and Leon County is an all-American city, and I'm proud to be part of it. But as I stand in support here today, I must be reminded that we need to always keep in mind that we don't want this community to develop into two Tallahassees. While the Welaunee Arch Project and all the development in North and Northeast Tallahassee is great, and as the tide rises, all boats are lifted. What I do want to say to you as we move forward, the Big Bend Minority Chamber of Commerce has brought issues to you, and I'm hoping that as we stand in support of our neighbors and friends throughout this community that support this project, that the community will stand up as we try to explore also how we can bring economic certainty to all areas of our community and not just North and Northeast. This is a great project, commissioners, and I'm proud to say as the president of the Big Bend Minority Chamber of Commerce and our board of directors, we stand in support. And Mr. Chairman and Mr. Mayor, I yield back the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Glenda Thornton, to be followed by Rob Lombardo.
Hello, commissioners, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time. I'm Glenda Thornton. I live at 1188 Stony Creek Way. I served on the Blueprint Sales Tax Committee, and we spent over 2 years examining numerous projects, many hours and dozens of meetings, talking about many projects to bring before the public, including this one. In the end, the projects were put before the community and they voted overwhelmingly to support them. I am here to encourage you to move forward with the proposed amendments and the rezoning of the Welaunee Critical Area Plan. I think it's worth noting that I actually live in an area that's close to this development. I live off Mahan Road between Capitol Circle and I-10. The congestion we're facing in this area is amazing and getting worse every day. And as you know, there are a number of other developments that are in the process of coming in this area as well. So we're going to reach a point where the congestion is going to be so bad we won't be able to move around here. And hopefully this development will be the first step in getting us to a point where we do have another extension for I-10, and that will hopefully relieve some of the congestion. Someone said earlier that we haven't had any meaningful discussions about this. We have many. I had many myself. And we've been talking about this issue and developing this property over 30 years. And there comes a time when there are enough delays and we need to move forward. I'm afraid that as a community, we have a tendency to study things to death, literally. We study things to the point sometimes that years after something was planned, when it actually comes to fruition, it's no longer viable, or it doesn't address the needs that we were hoping it would address. I hope that doesn't happen to this plan because it is so vital to this community and our growth. I also am afraid that we have a tendency to appoint citizens to serve on committees like this and devote hundreds of hours of their time to studying projects and moving something forward that the voters eventually accept, only to have it second guessed by people who want their own input later down the line. That's going to discourage citizen input, and I don't think that's good for anyone. Ultimately, I hope you will move this project forward. It's past time to do so. I thank you for your service. I thank you for your time, and I hope you all have a good evening.
Next speaker, Rob Lombardo, to be followed by Pamela Hall.
Hi, everybody. Hey, Vince.
We hear you. We hear you. You're recognized.
Thank you. Commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity. I actually brought along with a colleague of mine who we've been working on the Miccosukee Greenway for 25 years. She is far more acclimated to the Greenway environment. She goes all over the country doing greenways, and I would like to give my time to her, please. Thank you. Tell me who you are.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on this important issue. I am Sue Noyes, 5800 Veterans Memorial Drive, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Friends of the Miccosukee Greenway and Southern Trail Riders, an equestrian organization that was heavily involved in establishing the Greenway and the trail system. We are not opposed to development, but what we do oppose is development that is singular focused on providing homes and businesses with no real consideration for the rest of our environment. My relationship with Trails and Greenways began in '88 when I was appointed to the Florida Recreational Trails Council and enhanced by my appointment to the Florida Greenways Commission in 1993. The latter was charged with creating a network of greenways and trails across Florida to benefit its citizens, wildlife, and environment. The plan created a corridor from the Everglades up to Georgia and west to Alabama so that plants and wildlife would be protected to continue existence in Florida and people would be able to enjoy passive recreation. The Welaunee Arch Project presents us with an opportunity to create a mini greenway that will accomplish the same mission as the larger statewide plan. The Keep It Rural organization has developed an excellent plan that would provide trails for citizens to enjoy while also conserving the wetlands for wildlife and plants. This project consists of nearly 4,700 acres. The park plan would preserve 1,900, leaving 2,800 for development. Part of the plan addresses the extension of the Miccosukee Greenway around the perimeter of the Welaunee Arch and increases the width to 400 feet from 75 feet to match the existing greenway. It also provides an area to become a larger park as there are no parks anywhere in the surrounding area. The extension of the Miccosukee Greenway also provides for a recreation bridge across I-10. The bridge should be built to enable equestrians to cross it as the greenway is multiple use. We have such a bridge over I-75 at the Cross Florida Greenway and one over I-95 at the Florida Ag Museum. It is important to note that the Welaunee Arch is located in a very rural area of the county. This area has farms that produce the food we eat and a lot of horse farms that provide jobs for our citizens.
Excuse me, that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Pam Hall, to be followed by our final speaker, Gary Hunter.
Hi, and I'm on and you can hear me, I presume.
Yes, thank you. You're recognized.
Hi there. I thought I had lights, but never mind. You're just going to have to see me in the dark. Hi, my name is Dr. Pamela Hall. I live at 5051 Quail Valley Road. I call myself doctor because I want you to recognize that I have over 25 years of experience as a plant population biologist, statistician, and systems ecologist. I understand numerical analyses, ecosystem ecology, and the biology of many species. After years of interaction with staff, noisy and quiet, I believe I have acquired a sound understanding of how to create planning policy that improves the quality of life for all of us and provides invaluable economic opportunities for developers who build the homes we live in. Keep It Rural supports the master plan's high density of urban suburban development within Welaunee because it's inside the USA. I believe I have some personal responsibility in getting staff to crank up those densities and recognize that needs to be a well-planned suburban urban development. We do share ATN's concerns about specificity, equity, and affordability. What we are concerned about is the use of open space. Staff has adhered to a very simple, important parameter that there should be 40% land designated as open space where natural sisters are preserved. Furthermore, that they set this value to 60% in the residential districts of 4 and 5. I know they've set aside a lot. Our desire is to make sure that it's done well. A foundational principle of ecology is that the ecosystem function, animal and plant populations, are better protected in a large, intact area, uninterrupted by human development, than the equivalent in smaller patches. Even when those patches are interconnected by corridors, even if the large area has pine plantation mixed with woods and meadows. This is a primary ecological, data-based principle. It's been known for years. It's how we build our national park systems. But it is also necessary and important for good preservation to save patches of good forest and other valuable habitat and connect them together and connect them to this large area. Staff has provided for that in the master plan. They haven't provided for the fundamentally important large habitat refuge. The wonderful thing is that due to the open space budget, we can do all of this. The numbers work out. Please trust me on this one. I'll work with staff. The numbers work out. I wish Mr. Hunter would speak to me. The numbers work out. We can protect all the known environmental features in District 4 and 5. There's enough remaining to buy down the developable land in District 5 with the transfer of development rights for land, not density. Connect it to surrounding wetlands and floodplains. Have enough to put aside that District 4 is still a wonderful conservation community and that it has environmental patches to protect. There's enough to do it all. I ask you to do what you've done successfully in the past. Put staff, Keep It Rural, landowners, and the representatives together. Let us talk it through. This is what we did with the solar farms regulation, Keep It Rural, the solar industry reps, Talcon, and staff. We all agreed to a great set of new regulations. Let us meet and explain the ecological principles at play, our understanding of them, our proposal optional method for providing more land for development in District 4 and using sound, data-based land planning throughout Welaunee. We believe we can reach a mutual agreement rapidly. Please trust us to be able to handle this discussion well and let us get to the end of this. The master plan is pretty damn good. Let's finish it up and make it great. Thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you. Your final speaker is Gary Hunter.
Can you hear me, Vince?
We can. You're recognized.
Good evening. I thought I got disconnected there for a minute, so sorry for the pause. Mayor, Chairman, and Commissioners, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Gary Hunter. I represent the landowner in this matter, Powerhouse Inc., the family corporation that owns this property. For the record, my office is at 119 South Monroe Street with the law firm Hopping Green and Sams. Just a brief indulgence, and I'll try to obviously try to stick to my 3 minutes on what got us here. You've heard this started back in 1990 with an agreement between my client and the city of Tallahassee to allow the property that we're talking about to be annexed into the city. That was the city's ask, not my client's ask. The agreement that happened, we proceeded with that occurrence back in 1990. Since then, my client, in living up to its obligations under that agreement, has done nothing but dedicate or reserve right-of-way for roads, sell land for the Miccosukee Greenway to allow public access to what was hundreds of acres of their property, dedicate right-of-way for additional linear facilities that go through their property, and most recently have been asked to dedicate right-of-way for the Northeast Gateway project that would extend through their property up to Roberts Road. That precipitated a conversation started by staff, not by us, to discuss the planning of the larger parcel. That if this admittedly extensive roadway network intended as a reliever road for acreage west of there was going to be developed, then we ought to talk about having a larger vision for this property. Not because my client has any vision to develop it. They're landowners, they aren't developers. They have no communications with a developer about this site. There's no effort whatsoever at present to develop that property. One day, I think we all expect, and has long been a vision, that that would happen. And that vision has been in place for decades, frankly. But that isn't what the conversation is about tonight. The conversation is about transportation and land planning occurring concurrently. This property could be developed today, but this vision is a better vision, or at least intended to be, and I think has accomplished a significantly better vision than what could happen on the property today. Not for my client's sake, but for the sake of our community. Because frankly, the land through which this roadway system goes, through which this interchange would exist presently, is highly intensified already. We don't need approval or changes to develop that property. So this isn't about developing that site. This is about a larger vision for our community for years to come. Let me say this, relating to the comments about public engagement. At your request, at your direction, since your May transmittal hearing, there have been 13 public meetings, virtual. I've participated in all of them. Many of you have been a part of them. During those 13 meetings, there has been tremendous engagement by the community. And the 14 additional pages of text in your plan before you in your workshop tonight was added not at my request or not on behalf of the landowner, but on behalf of the comments received by the public who had concerns with the plan. 8 pages added 14 pages of additional protections and changes to address those comments. Your staff has worked tirelessly to make changes to this plan. Let me highlight a few of them. Southwood, by contrast to this plan, has a 23% open space obligation. This plan has a 40% open space requirement, 40. 2,000 acres out of 4,700 acres are being preserved in this plan. Nowhere around here has reached near that level of significance. This plan imposes a stormwater master facilities planning obligation that no property in this community has agreed to do on 4,700 acres. We haven't done that on anything less than 1,000 acres. I mean, more than 1,000 acres in this community ever. 4,700 acre commitment before an acre of property, a foot of property is disturbed. A plan for stormwater over this entire site. The diversity of housing obligations in this plan is unprecedented at a state level. And I've benefited throughout my career to do these types of plans all over Florida. I can tell you, look you all in the eye and tell you, not because of what Gary Hunter has done, but because of what your planning department has done, the inclusivity of the housing types in this plan is unprecedented in this state. And the purpose of that is to provide socioeconomic diversity on this property. And we all agree to that. And your staff is to be commended for that effort.
Are we
plan imposes.
Okay. Probably. That's time, please.
Yeah. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Artie. All right, I think that's all the speakers. I think we'll go to staff now. Artie, I think that's on your shoulders, and we'll let you run it from here.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I'll go through a presentation now that really highlights and outlines the changes that have occurred since the transmittal. So I'll share my screen now and start that process. Commissioners, starting off, just kind of wanted to highlight the overall development process, just kind of for the sake of conversation, as well as for many of the public who will be watching who may not be as familiar with the overall development process. When we look at the first part of the development process, stage one, if you will, it's really the translation of a community vision into goals, objectives, policies, what we call the comprehensive plan. Now, the comprehensive plan is a legal document. Therefore, that community vision, as it gets translated into goals, objectives, and policies, has to meet a couple of things. One, it needs to be feasible. We don't want a legal document that is not feasible. It has to comply with Florida statutes. Specifically, 163 outlines many things that the comprehensive plan has to do, and the comprehensive plans must comply with Florida statutes. The comp plan needs to realistically acknowledge trade-offs. You know, as much as we all want everything, sometimes trade-offs need to be made, and I'm sure those will come up in the conversation tonight as we move towards discussion in the workshop. It also must be respectful of private property rights. That is a cornerstone foundation of the U.S. Constitution, and Florida is a very strong property rights state, and so that ties back to being compliant and consistent with Florida statutes. As we move from the comp plan to the next stage of development, you get into regulation. So while we often refer to the comprehensive plan as a constitution, because it has that same kind of legal authority, but it also is very high level, very broad, you then kind of get into the regulations that provide much, much more detail. This would be the Land Development Code, and this is actually the area where the plan unit developments, the PUDs or PUDs, take effect. And then following that, it goes into the site plan and permitting, where the plan actually gets implemented and you start moving towards turning dirt. Right now, we are in stage one. So there'll be many more opportunities in the future to refine what the Welaunee Arch looks like. Specifically, as we move into stage two, when you start really get into a lot more data analysis, start evaluating traffic, start evaluating impact on schools, do the natural features inventory, where a certified biologist will look at the site and identify natural features. So, and that PUD process is a public process. So just kind of wanted to get on the record the overall development process, how it works, how everything kind of ties together, because I do recognize that sometimes the development process can be a little confusing and a little bit daunting if it's not something that you work in on a day-to-day basis. So as I mentioned, this is part of phase one, which is the comprehensive plan phase. And we actually have several amendments that do basically three things. First, one of the amendments would move the urban services area to align with the city limits. The second one would change the portion of the Welaunee Arch that's currently suburban and currently rural to the plan development land use category. And then the third thing the combination of amendments does is it updates the Welaunee critical area plan that is currently goal 13 in our land use element. And that goal 13, the Welaunee critical area plan, is kind of like a two-pronged goal. Objective 13.1 is the master plan for the toe and the heel, and objective 13.2 would be the master plan for the arch. That's really what we're going to be discussing tonight. The other two changes are related to the master plan, but they are all kind of different things. So there's three different things that are proposed this comp plan cycle. I will note that the 2020 comprehensive plan cycle officially started in April of 2019 when we started accepting applications. From April through September was really just kind of the application period. We would meet with people who are interested in comp plan amendments kind of discuss the proposals, receive applications, all that. But the 2020 comp plan cycle kicked off in earnest about a year ago, really starting in October when we began staff analysis, began doing the public open house, which you see was in December. We moved into the local planning agency workshop and public hearing, had a joint commission workshop and discussed these things. May 26th, the transmittal hearing, and the final step of the overall comprehensive plan process would be similar to what we did in the beginning of the public hearings tonight, would be holding an adoption hearing. So the amendments that do the three things I noted would kind of follow that same process. Since the transmittal hearing, we have done extensive public engagement. As you're aware, both the board and the city commission asked staff to hold Welaunee charrettes. As part of that, we began with 11 video conferences and followed that up with a virtual workshop that was more of a self-paced opportunity to provide input. Basically, that was something that could be done 24/7. If you were not able to make it to one of the video conferences or wanted to provide additional input, that tool was available. After we made numerous changes based on that input, we did follow up with 2 video conferences to help roll out the proposed changes and kind of hear back from the community if we got it right. That was kind of another opportunity for people to review our proposed changes, give feedback. They could do it as part of those video conferences, or we also had an online comment forum where we received additional input. And we received a couple of comments through that mechanism, and actually have kind of made a few tweaks to the plan based on that process before it was included in the agenda materials for this workshop. Above and beyond the Welaunee charrettes, we did additional public engagement. We had 3 topic-specific calls with Keep It Rural, a meeting with Tally 100, various one-on-one video calls with different citizens in coordination with the property owners' representatives, really wanting to make sure that all stakeholders had an opportunity to provide input, to be heard, to be taken seriously, and to have an impact on this plan. And you'll see that the changes that we've proposed in the updated version of the master plan that's included in your agenda materials address the technical assistance comments from the state review agencies. So following transmittal, we submitted the proposed amendments to the state. Several agencies provided comments back to us. We received no objections from the state, but they did offer us a number of technical assistance comments that we have taken to heart and addressed in the proposed changes. We've addressed citizen input from the Welaunee charrettes. We've addressed specific feedback that we received from Keep It Rural. We received a letter kind of earlier on that was a joint letter from the Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods and Keep It Rural jointly. We've addressed as much of that as we could. Tally 100 followed up our video conference with a letter. We took that feedback to heart, as well as any other feedback that we received from kind of one-on-one conversations with numerous citizens. And I think what you'll see in the agenda materials are our attempt to address every single comment that made sense and was reasonable to do at the comprehensive plan level. I will acknowledge that there were some comments that were not addressed. I think we tried in the agenda materials to explain why. Predominantly, those were because it was a level of detail that was beyond what we would find at the comprehensive plan. Most likely, a level of detail that would be at the PUD or the PUD stage. When you kind of get into the regulation, you have the more detail. I won't necessarily get to every single comment and every single edit that we made, but I will go through the presentation to address some of the most notable changes. And you'll kind of see that reflected on a series of maps. So one of the bullets on this slide is that we split the one map into 3. And I think those maps will really help illustrate the other points and the other notable changes that we've made in the proposed edits to the master plan. First, we'll start off with the land use districts. And one of the things that you'll notice here is a change from the map that we originally had in the master plan at the transmittal. that original plan really was an attempt to reflect the context in which Welaunee is located. So that original plan had residential development very comparable to what you see in Killarn here on the western portion of the arch. And then as you move to the eastern portion of the arch, really reflect the type of development you see surrounding it on that side, mostly half-acre to 5-acre lots. And that's what we were reflecting in the original plan for this portion of the arch. And then the original plan also had a couple of mixed-use centers, really trying to get towards having more of a mixture of uses in order to reduce the amount of external transportation trips. So people wouldn't necessarily have to leave and drive a farther distance to meet their daily needs, that it was actually incorporated in. The feedback that we received from the public input was that we don't necessarily want the development patterns that exist to be reflected in the Welaunee Arch. As Pam Hall actually noted in speaking, we want this area to be good urban development. And I think that's what you see in this plan. One of the ways that we accomplished that was looking at the map in terms of 5 different districts. And so that's what we have shown on the screen here. District 1 being the Gateway District, 2 and 3 being the West Arch and North Arch District, moving into the Conservation Design District, and then the Residential Reserve District. Each of these districts have, with the exception of District 5, the Residential Reserve District, have a mixed-use center. And those mixed-use centers really serve kind of a different purpose, and I'll kind of go through that now. With District 1 being at the location where, 1, there was a proposed interchange with Interstate 10, and 2, the master plan for the toe and the heel call for a transit hub in the general I-10 vicinity. We really wanted to make sure that the employment center and the activity center take advantage of both the transit opportunities as well as any transportation needs for the shipment of goods and that kind of approach to land planning and transportation. So District 1 has the activity center and the employment center. As we move into Districts 2 and 3, we would have a town center and a village center. The primary difference between those is a matter of size and scale. They both include a higher density residential component as well as more intense non-residential development. And then District 4 would have the least intensive of those with a village center there as well. Really the point of that is, 1, to kind of have more compact urban walkable communities, but 2, for those who do opt to travel by automobile, the trips would be shorter in length, therefore helping us reduce the overall vehicle miles traveled. We also take that approach with what we're calling mixed-use neighborhoods. So those pink circles around those mixed-use centers are mixed-use neighborhoods. They are more intense and more dense than the residential areas outside of it, but they're less intense and less dense than the mixed-use centers themselves. So this represents a gradual transition of density intensity. Instead of going from the mixed-use center down to low intensity, it's actually like a gradual transition of those densities and intensities. It also allows for additional rooftops to support the non-residential development inside the mixed-use centers. And the reason that they're, as you see on the map, sized to be a quarter mile to a half mile around the mixed-use centers is that corresponds to what, in planning nerd speak, we refer to as pedestrian sheds and bicycle sheds. What that means is a quarter mile is the distance that someone can comfortably walk in about 5 minutes. And the half mile is the distance someone can comfortably ride a bicycle in about 5 minutes. And therefore, we're really trying to put more people within a walking and biking distance of the things that you would need to meet your daily needs, whether that's office, retail, some other non-residential restaurants, cafes, daycares, things like that. Really trying to capitalize on the bicycle and pedestrian modes of transportation over vehicular transportation. And then we also have the residential areas kind of outside of those mixed-use neighborhoods. With District 1, you'll see that it's a low-density residential area. We worked very closely with Bob Apgar, who spoke earlier, Shirley Kearns, who spoke earlier, and the representatives of the Buckhead neighborhood to ensure that we provided a transition between the Buckhead neighborhood and the more intense and dense uses that you would find in the activity center and the employment center. So with what we have proposed, Buckhead would be buffered from those uses by an area designated as open space, the Welaunee Greenway, and then lower density residential. As you move into districts 2 and 3, the residential very much lines up with our comprehensive plan in the urban residential land use category. And then 4 and 5, one of the things that we heard from the community through the charrettes was we don't want to see ranchettes. We don't want to see half-acre, acre, 3-acre lots. We don't want large lots. We want things to be cluster subdivisions. And so we took out the ranchettes provision, and so both 4 and 5 would be cluster subdivisions. What that essentially means is that residential development would be clustered on 40% of that subdivision, while 60% of that area set aside as open space. And we also refined the overall phasing of the arch. Originally, we had 2 phases. It was just phase 1, phase 2. And that phasing was based on meeting development thresholds. So if you met a certain number of residential units and a certain amount of non-residential development, then you can move to phase 2. We've really refined that process down so that we have 3 phases. And not only is it tied to meeting development thresholds, it's also tied to availability of infrastructure and having public services with sufficient capacity to serve moving into the next phase. That's basically fire, police, schools. And so we have to make sure that, before you can move to phase 2, you have to build out a substantial portion of phase 1. You have to ensure that the infrastructure makes it to phase 2 before you can begin development there. And that both schools and police and fire have sufficient capacity for the development to move into the next phase. The same applies moving phase 2 to phase 3. You'd have to meet development thresholds, infrastructure availability, and capacity with those services. We'll also note that one of the things that we've done in the revised version of the master plan that we're proposing is require a school site to be identified prior to the 500th unit being constructed anywhere in the arch. The overall school concurrency process that follows state statute and our interlocal agreement would still apply, but a school site would have to be identified, and we have criteria in there about where the school sites could be located. It's not just some kind of unused, far-reaching portion of the arch. It's supposed to be near transportation, near the mixed-use centers, and so there's locational criteria in there. But there's the provision for identifying a school. It also includes provisions that upon request by the city, that PUDs will identify locations for other community services, such as police and fire. Those are kind of the 2 big ones we tend to think about, but there could be other community services. The overall mechanism for how that would be provided and donated and paid for, however it works, would be through a development agreement, but the comprehensive plan sets the framework to ensure that that coordination must occur and that those conversations happen. Additionally, we've included a number of incentives. Typically, we don't, in the comp plan, get to the level of individual buildings, individual houses, but there were a number of things that came up through the shreds that, while they relate to individual buildings and houses, really kind of provide an overall umbrella of policy decisions. And so what we've included is incentives that would apply at the PUD level for green development standards. We noted that LEED neighborhood design is one of those standards, but we also noted that over the next couple of years, other standards could be developed. So it would be LEED for neighborhood development, or another similarly recognized green development standard. We've included the ability for PUDs to have incentives for building mounted solar, not necessarily solar fields that would be ground mounted, but specifically solar panels that would be on structures such as parking structures and commercial buildings. And then I'll kind of touch on it again, but also incentives for homes to be EV ready or EV capable, basically meaning that they're ready to support vehicle charging. And so those would be incentivized at the PUD level. Again, the comp plan doesn't tend to get to that level of detail, but we wanted to note that overarching, there should be coordination that occurs at the next level of detail to really incentivize those things that we want as a community, specifically with the EV part being something that's in the city strategic plan. And so that would be consistent with that. The next map will really cover the environmental features, open space, parks. And I'll kind of go into a little bit more detail about all of that. So using the best data we have available, we went ahead and mapped out what we suspect are environmental features that would certainly have to be protected. Those are the high quality native forests, karst features, wetlands, floodplains, development like that. I will note that it's a common misconception that some of these areas, and I'll get to kind of the definitions of conservation areas and preservation areas, cannot be developed, when in fact they can. There's just a lot more regulations that dictate how that could happen. But what we've done is took a initial stab at mapping these features out, and you'll see circled in purple, there are two areas that are kind of a greenish color, and then another area that's brownish. Those are suspected high quality successional forests or native forests. The other thing that we've done is, based on the urban forest master plan, we've identified 135 acre area here on the western portion or the eastern portion of the arch that is unfragmented tree canopy. We don't necessarily know what the tree species are themselves, but we know that overall that's a portion of area that contributes to the city's overall canopy. The other thing is this area, this 135 acres within the arch, actually connects to over 1,000 acres beyond the arch, really kind of creating an overall canopy, your core canopy area. Part of that is a Welaunee Greenway, but another part of that is private property and city-owned property outside of the arch. And so when we're looking at having a large area to protect, that's one of them. Another thing we identified was looking at linear features, basically environmental corridors. And so we've kind of listed that on the map. These are areas that would be protected and expanded based on the policies that we have proposed in the proposed edits to the master plan. And as you'll note on this map, they also tie into that larger unfragmented canopy area. And so that the idea would be that for wildlife, these could serve as wildlife corridors, as well as from a recreational standpoint, having basically a network of open space features that would be protected and expanded upon through the proposed policies. Also noted that the Welaunee Greenway is something that was in the original plan. It's definitely still in the plan. It is approximately 8 miles that would be added to the existing Miccosukee Canopy Road Greenway. So we're talking about a significant increase in the overall distance of a very significant feature in this part of the community. The Miccosukee Greenway is, personally, I use it quite frequently, but is beloved by many. We have noted that in the northwest portion of the arch, a good location for a potential regional park, kind of located here with Montford and Roberts, the schools there. We've also noted that it's in close proximity to suspected quality forests. And so what you'll see in the proposed edits to the master plan is acknowledging that this would be a location for a regional park should the local governments decide to move forward with that. And if that does happen, a trail system could connect from that regional park around those core forest areas. That would actually provide a couple of different benefits. One, basically a clear recreational benefit, being able to tie from a regional park to these forested areas. But having a trail system around these forested areas also provide a natural fire break so that these could be well-maintained and well-managed forest areas. The other thing I note on this map is that, as I kind of mentioned before with those conservation subdivisions, that development would be clustered on 40%, and then 60% of those conservation subdivisions would be set aside as open space. We have policies in there that require the PUDs to coordinate so that those open space areas would be connected, continuous, contiguous, not fragmented open space spread throughout the arch, but actually an overall system that connects. The policies that we propose related to the open space system really kind of reflect a data-driven process. That process starts with conservation areas and preservation areas. Conservation areas, these include a number of things. I won't necessarily read the screen, they're on the screen. And preservation areas. And these are the areas that have the highest ecological value, the most ecological importance, and would definitely be something to protect. I've noted that a common misconception is that you cannot develop these areas. That's not actually true. It does severely restrict what development can happen in these areas. But our master plan, the proposed edits, go above and beyond what would typically happen. What we're saying is these conservation and preservation areas would not be developed at all, not even with the restrictions that otherwise would apply, that they would be protected, and that they would be open to the public, something that's also not required of conservation areas and preservation areas otherwise. So we've really been a lot more progressive with trying to protect these areas than otherwise would be afforded outside of the proposed edits to the master plan. The conservation areas and preservation areas represent approximately 19% of the arch. And so that's several hundred acres. But what we're proposing in this plan, as Mr. Hunter noted when he was speaking, is a minimum of 40% of the arch. So we're talking about an additional 21% of the arch being set aside above and beyond those conservation and preservation areas. And so what we've done is provided a prioritization for how those open space areas would be set aside and what would be set aside through the process. I will note that in order to determine where the conservation areas are, where the preservation areas are, and any of these other areas, that requires a natural features inventory. Kind of mentioned that early on. The natural features inventory occurs at the PUD level. That is when a certified biologist goes out, looks at the area, marks off things, identifies conservation areas, identifies preservation areas, identifies significant trees, other environmental features. And so what we're doing is setting a policy framework for how we would handle open space, parks, and those kind of features, and then letting the data that occurs when you have a natural features inventory really lead what gets protected to ensure that we're protecting the areas that have the highest and most important ecological value on the site. And so once you have the conservation areas and preservation areas in place, we propose additional buffers around those. That's kind of what I noted a few slides ago when I was talking about those corridors. So we would have the corridors themselves protected as conservation areas and preservation areas. And then the next level of priority would be to expand those areas to ensure that they're wider and can actually serve that feature and purpose of being a wildlife corridor. We know that the next level of priority would be that you'd need some areas to make sure that the open space is continuous and contiguous. Again, we don't want open space to be fragmented throughout the arch. We want it to flow through the arch in a connected and contiguous manner. one of the things that came out of the public engagement was wanting additional buffers for the canopy protection zones. We've specifically noted that in addition to the canopy protection zone along the Miccosukee Road, there would be an additional 75 feet buffer minimum added to that. That's kind of reflective of what you would see around the rest of the arch with the greenway, where it would be 75 to 100 feet in width for the greenway. This portion of the arch, because the Miccosukee Greenway is on the other side of Miccosukee Road, would not have that area. And so what we've done is added that area to it. It could be a greenway if you wanted one on both sides of the road. Otherwise, it is just an additional buffer above and beyond what the canopy protection zone would have along Miccosukee Road. We've noted that that core canopy area that otherwise would not be protected is something that would be protected, and additional area added to it. Again, kind of acknowledging the importance of having a large area set aside, undeveloped, not just pieces kind of spread out, but adding on to that already 135 acre area that we're wanting to protect. And then from the public engagement, we've also heard that other areas should be protected: undeveloped uplands, oak hickory forest, significant trees, and then noted that some of these will serve as passive recreation areas. The Urban Forest Master Plan identifies priority planting areas, and so setting those aside so they can be planted with trees based on the Urban Forest Master Plan. And then stormwater facilities, but only if they're designed as a community facility. The third map, as I noted, we took the one map and divided it into three, is for transportation. And so I'll kind of go through the proposed edits to the transportation policies, really trying to ensure that the Welaunee Arch is a multimodal area. So first, for pedestrians, we've included a number of policies that really support people who walk, and really supporting walkability as a primary mode of transportation within the arch. As I've already noted, we have the mixed-use centers. Those will be designed to be walkable. We have the mixed-use neighborhoods within a walking distance, a comfortable 5-minute walking and biking distance around those mixed-use centers. These mixed-use areas are required to have sidewalks on both sides of the roads within those areas. Once you move into the residential areas, sidewalks are required on one side of the local streets, but any of the thoroughfares that you see on the map are required to have sidewalk facilities on both sides of those corridors. For cyclists and people who ride bikes, we have a network of both on-street and off-street bicycle facilities. Within the mixed-use areas, they tend to be on-street bicycle facilities. As a cyclist, I can attest to the importance of being able to maneuver a little bit more freely in a more urban environment. And so the on-street bicycle facilities give that flexibility. But once you leave those mixed-use areas, it's much more comfortable to ride not in the street with traffic. And so we've kind of moved the priority to off-road facilities along those major thoroughfares outside of those mixed-use centers. We've also noted that anytime a bicycle facility intersects the Welaunee Greenway, that there has to be access from those bicycle facilities to the Greenway. Again, really wanting to make sure that the overall transportation network, especially for pedestrians and cyclists, is connected throughout the arch. And so it really gives the ability for someone on a bike to move from the perimeter of the arch to the interior of the arch, or if you're on the interior of the arch, to access the greenway on the perimeter of the arch. For people who do choose to travel by automobile, there's a couple of things that we've updated in the policies. We do note that the mixed-use areas shall have a gridded street network. And as Bob Apgar mentioned earlier, he had noted that in the previous version of the plan, it said should. That is something that we changed through conversations with Mr. Apgar. I've gone in and noted that those mixed-use centers shall have a gridded street network. Also note that there's a network of thoroughfares that are shown on the map, and each of those reflect a certain design of the facility. So you would have a combination of boulevards and avenues that's shown on this map. Boulevards being something that would eventually carry a little bit more traffic capacity and generally slightly higher speeds, and avenues being designed at a lower design speed and generally carry a little bit less capacity than you would see on those boulevards. As far as transit, we do require that each PUD coordinate with Star Metro. That does a number of things. One, it ensures that there is connectivity between the arch and other transit routes throughout the community. Star Metro operates all of those transit routes, and so by coordinating this development with Star Metro, you ensure that this development connects up to other transit routes in the community. As I noted before, the master plan for the toe and the heel call for a transit hub in the general vicinity of I-10 there. And so we have specific provisions in the proposed edits to the master plan that require transit connectivity between that hub and the employment center. And then also each PUD needs to demonstrate how any of those mixed use areas would also connect to transit via that transit hub and to other mixed use centers. And so, and finally, the transit coordination with Star Metro requires that based on that coordination, infrastructure that is supportive of transit is provided in the PUD. And that way, as development comes on board, whether it's a few years from now or a few decades from now, coordination is happening to ensure that the transit needs at that time are going to be met and the infrastructure will be in place to support transit. And then finally, kind of what may seem sometimes like looking into a crystal ball, but I will acknowledge that there are pilot programs around the state as well as around the country for both electric vehicles and what we call CAVs, or connected and automated vehicles. Sometimes you call them autonomous vehicles. Sometimes you hear them referred to as self-driving cars. It may seem very George Jetson, I guess, for the people who remember that reference, but it may seem very futuristic. But actually, a lot of these things are being piloted now. And so what we require is that every PUD that comes in and implements a portion of this arch coordinate with the planning department, with the city electric department, and with the city's underground utilities and public infrastructure department to ensure that the infrastructure is there, one, to support electric vehicle charging, making sure that the overall grid network for electricity is there and capable of supporting that, especially what we anticipate and hope for is a dramatic increase in EVs over time. And I know the city's strategic plan specifically has targets for electric vehicles and being able to support that. But also other infrastructure, a lot of times we'll call it ITS or intelligent transportation systems, other systems that would really support the future growth and development of connected and automated vehicles. And so we're really trying to be progressive, understanding that development may not happen for a number of years, including the flexibility and requiring the coordination over time to ensure that we stay up to date with how transportation occurs into the future. Another big topic is housing affordability. And I'll just kind of note up front that this can be a little bit tricky. There are state statutes, specifically 166-04151, that unfortunately, to some degree, you could even say it's the preemption, really restricts how local governments can address affordable housing. That statute specifically says that a municipality must provide incentives to fully offset all costs to the developer of this affordable housing contribution. It's not that we can require a developer to just provide more affordable housing or inclusionary housing. We have to have incentives that fully offset the entire cost. And so that really kind of hems us into some of the things that we would like to do as a community. But I will say that we've tried really hard to be creative and think outside the box and really try to push the envelope with housing affordability in the Arch while still complying with state statute. As I noted at the very beginning, that's one of the requirements of comprehensive plans is we have to comply with state statute. So at a minimum, we've put in that this area would be subject to the inclusionary housing ordinance. And I'll note that if there are any changes to the inclusionary housing ordinance, or if state statutes change and we can actually have also an affordable housing ordinance, that those would apply to the development in the future as well. So as PUDs come in, they must comply with those ordinances that are in place at the time. So hopefully we have a little bit more flexibility in the future with kind of the state relaxing some of their requirements. But if not, at a minimum, must comply with the inclusionary housing ordinance. At this time, based on the current ordinance, what that means is if there are no changes over time to it, the Welaunee Arch would have 1,250 inclusionary housing units. We also recognize that it's not just about inclusionary housing. There's other needs in the community as well. And so one of the things we wanted to do is address housing affordability broadly. And so again, sorry with the planning jargon, but we have included policies that address what we call the missing middle housing. There's a graphic on the slide that kind of illustrates what we mean when we say missing middle housing. Essentially, it's everything between a single family detached home in a mid-rise apartment. So that's your duplexes, your townhomes, your fourplexes, and some other types of housing that we haven't actually seen in this community, such as cottage courts and some of the other like courtyard buildings and things like that. We do see a number of these missing middle housing, especially in some of our older, more established neighborhoods in the community. I actually have a friend who lives in one of those quads that are in Lafayette Park. I know that at one point in my life, I actually lived in a quad in town. And it was actually pretty convenient for me when I lived in a quad. My wife and I had just gotten married, and it was a much more affordable option than something else at the time. And so really the purpose of this is kind of acknowledging that single family homes serve a vast majority of the homes in the community, but there is a need for smaller, less expensive types of housing, including duplexes, including fourplexes or quads, including townhomes, and maybe even expanding that repertoire of housing types to include things that are fairly new and innovative, such as those cottage courts and courtyard buildings. And then finally, the other way we're trying to address housing affordability to the extent that we can in this proposed revisions to the plan is incentives for affordable housing. So we note very specifically in the proposed edits that the city of Tallahassee can work with each individual PUD to offer incentives available at that time to negotiate and coordinate affordable housing in the true sense of the word, affordable housing for low income and very low income families. We've also put in there that incentives can be used to try to support housing for seniors as well as housing for persons with disabilities, kind of recognizing that there's an increased need for a variety of housing types that serve a variety of families with differing incomes and differing abilities. A topic of conversation that came up multiple times throughout the charrette process and has been a topic of conversation tonight already is the Stormwater Facilities Master Plan. When we originally proposed the Welaunee Arch Master Plan that was included at the transmittal hearing, we required one Stormwater Facilities Master Plan for the entirety of the Arch prior to the first PUD being approved. Based on some of the input that we received through the charrettes, we evaluate opportunities to look at different approaches to it, to see if it's something that could be done by phase, to see if it's something that could be done by watershed. But at the end of the day, working with the city's growth management department, as well as some of our stormwater professionals at the city, determined that all other phases flow into and through phase one, and therefore it's not feasible to phase or break up the stormwater facilities master plan. It needs to be one stormwater facilities master plan for the entirety of the arch. And so we've used that language that requires one stormwater facilities master plan that addresses the entire arch prior to any PUD being approved. Now that stormwater facilities master plan will focus primarily on regional facilities. Note that there may be a need here and there to have smaller, not regional facilities, but the vast emphasis will be on regional facilities.
Mr. White, this is Bill Proctor. I have ADD at this time of night. Can you wrap up, sir? We heard a lot of what you're saying, and we want to talk too tonight. Thank you.
Absolutely, Commissioner. I'm actually very close to being at the end of my
Thank you, sir. Please wrap up because we ready.
Commissioner Proctor, we're going to let him finish his presentation. He's been working on this for a year. Thank you.
So the focus will be on regional facilities. One of the things that we heard through the charrette was that the stormwater planning for the toe and the heel was actually very effective. And so we've used very similar language in what we're proposing for the arch. And so just kind of reiterate that the approach to stormwater facilities planning is one plan for the entire arch before any PUD can be approved. And kind of as I kind of bring this in for a landing, a couple of key points. The comp plan cycle began 12 months ago. We've done a number of different steps of that already. The proposed edits to the master plan really represent a community-driven effort, largely facilitated by the planning department, but it was the feedback that we heard from the public that we took very seriously and then incorporated into the proposed edits to the master plan. Again, there are a number of edits throughout the plan. I did not count them, but according to Mr. Hunter earlier, I think he said it was 14 pages of additional edits. Those were all driven by what we heard from the public. This plan, a minimum of 40% of the arch set aside as open space and parks. It's for a urban, sustainable development that focuses on walking, biking, and transit. The plan promotes mixed-use, mixed-income neighborhoods with a variety of housing options. And the plan is representative of a long-term vision that will be implemented at the PUD stage and then ultimately with site plans and permitting. And so just summary, this effort included significant public engagement starting in October of 2019 for this comp plan cycle, then holding a number of both in-person pre-COVID, and then as we started moving into the pandemic, moving to a virtual format, including town halls. Commissioner Matlow hosted the community conversation on growth and development, the transmittal public hearing, the 11 virtual charrettes, the workshops, video calls with community groups, individual citizens, additional follow-up video conferences, the online comment forum, and tonight taking public comment at this joint workshop. And so with that, I'll just kind of close with the proposed edits to this plan address consistency, preventing sprawl, making sure that planning efforts are coordinated. Again, substantial amounts of area set aside for parks and open space. The stormwater master plan, that's a key one that we really heard from the community on and has already been brought up tonight. We have policies that protect the Wakulla Springs watershed, coordinate utilities, promote clean energy, address the need for school, affordable housing, and community services. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the chairman and mayor.
Great. All right. Thank you, Artie, for the report and all the work you've done. I know this has been a long road. Mr. Mayor, if it's okay with you, I mean, it's coming up on 9 o'clock. So in an effort to try, I want everybody to get a chance to talk, and I want everybody to get a chance to get into this. I thought we'd take one pass with everybody. If you've got some comments you want to make, if there's some clarification, and then we'll second round, we'll divide up and we'll do city and county, and each of us can take some motions and see where it goes from there. If that's acceptable, Mr. Mayor, I don't mind kind of driving this.
Sounds great.
All right. Well, I'm going to look at Hollywood Squares here, and in no apparent order, okay? I'm going to start with Commissioner Richardson up top on my screen. And we'll just go back city and county, back and forth, okay, if that's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to say, I want to commend Artie and his staff for the work that they have done. This is phenomenal. I mean, I could have never imagined 20 years ago that I was sitting here when we started Blueprint 2000, and I would be sitting here being briefed on a plan this comprehensive. I don't know, I took extensive notes from every speaker, and I don't know at this point what wasn't addressed that the speakers brought up this evening, because so much was addressed. So I guess what I would want, Mr. Chairman, is that we make sure that we go through, and I'm sure that Artie and his staff will, working with the stakeholders that have come forward, to still look at those things that may not have been addressed. But like I said, I've got probably 8 or 10 pages of notes here. And so I just don't know what wasn't addressed, but so much of what was raised, so many of the issues that were raised this evening, Artie has addressed. The stormwater, the housing, the transportation, the parks, green space. I just don't know what we've missed. There might be something. So I just want to make sure that maybe in the next couple of weeks or so, we look at that and see what wasn't addressed and see how it can be addressed in this plan. But I was just blown away. I didn't even blink during the whole presentation. I was so captured by the work that has been done here over these past several years, actually decades, but certainly the recent years that this has been worked on. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are my at this point.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Dozier.
How did I know my square was coming up next, Mr. Chair?
It's Hollywood Squares.
It is Hollywood Squares. And, I want to say up front, this is a very long meeting. We all know that. To Commissioner Richardson's point, we did hear a lot from citizens, and we just had a robust presentation from Artie. I almost wish you'd let a few other people go first, Mr. Chair, because there are a lot of questions we could ask. There are a lot of issues we could tackle. And I'm going to start with a couple of things, and then I hope we all get a second chance if we're going to, as Commissioner Richardson said, ask our staff to look at a few additional items before we come back. I hope this is just the first round, as you indicated. Because what I want to focus on right now is how happy I am with the progress we have made since May. It is incredible. And this item, actually, Mr. Hunter at the end, his last comment, he noted, I think 13, 14 pages of new information. And when I read through this, it was organized very well. I told Artie this and Ben yesterday in the briefing that I really liked how they framed a proposal, what the original issue was, what staff agreed with, and what they didn't. That was really helpful for all of us, I think, or for me. I hope it was for you all. But two things stand out to me. One, that this is still being framed as a binary choice, that it's anti-growth to delay, or we approve it quickly. Now, I'm glad we had this workshop, so I'm glad we went in this direction, but to move it to the next cycle or anything like that, I'm hearing that from folks. And in listening to the comments, I'll have to say that got a lot of friends from the business community who have stepped up and made comments, and there's a lot of value with moving forward with this comp plan amendment. But to ask questions about it, to try to improve it, isn't necessarily saying we don't support moving forward. It is saying we want the best plan because this is the only time we have to do the big picture, to look at transportation, stormwater, open space, all of that. So I'm struggling with how this has been framed. The second thing I want to say for the beginning here is that this is a 30-year-old agreement. City has amended it several times, and if my guess is right, none of the current city commissioners or mayor were there. I mean, I know you weren't there when it started. You're all far too young for that. But for all the amendments, maybe for some of the later ones. So this has gone through lots of different commissions. Someone said earlier, we learn a lot over years, and we improve. But we're not talking about how much has been done in past years. We're talking about how much time and work went into this particular proposal. The comments about blueprints going through all the vetting process, very true. We should celebrate blueprints, and it's kind of parallel to this. But I think it's a false equivalent to say that that represents public engagement on this question, because it was a piece of this, but every blueprint project that goes through the committee has a whole lot of work of the details after we get through it. That's what we do at every blueprint meeting, right? So to say that the 2 years we spent on the sales tax committee helped us in this, I can't really get there. But all the people we heard from, I won't say all, a majority of the people we heard from, I think, have very constructive, forgive me for those, I'm not going to parse them, but have a lot of constructive ideas. I think we should move forward, but also be smart about this. And that brings me to, I guess, my big concern right now, and wanting to know what the will of the board is, the majority of both boards, in moving forward. The item before us has improved tremendously since May. I'm glad, Commissioner Lindley, you introduced the idea of doing the charrettes. It's fantastic. 13 of the 20 public meetings that are listed happened after May. After we transmitted a comp plan amendment to the state that I do not believe was ready to go. Based on the number of things that were introduced over the summer by citizens, by Keep It Rural, and by many others participating in the charrettes that staff concurred with. I mean, reading this, it was remarkable. Staff concurs with needing to ensure transportation is coordinated across various PUDs. Well, that seems obvious. Why didn't we have that in the original draft? We had to fight to get more public engagement between transmittal and adoption. The citizens leaned in and our staff buckled down. So it was a joint effort, absolutely, between our staff and the citizens to produce what we've got before us today. But it also proves that the amendment that was given to us in December, sorry, not to us, it presented to the public in December, wasn't ready. And the only question that I have had since the beginning is, what's the rush? We're not ready to do this. This is the biggest land use change that we've had in 30 years, and it is not the same as Southwood or Canopy. Both of those, we had development agreements working concurrently with comp plan amendments and other things. We had a proposed development on the table, and we could work these various things at the same time. This is a scenario where we're doing big planning. It's going to be law in the comp plan, and the county will no longer have a role in this. We are giving up our voice to represent our constituents and work jointly with our city partners once this amendment goes through. So the piece here is, how do we plan for multiple PUDs? We've never done that before like this. Gary Hunter said that. It is extraordinary that we've included inclusionary housing and other things. We don't need all the detail in the comp plan. That's very true. But this is unique, and many of us who have been asking questions about this simply wanted to be able to look at the big issues: transportation, stormwater, housing, other things, open space, parks, before we lock it into the comp plan. Doesn't have to be perfect, doesn't have to be slow, but get that done. I think we see the evidence of that since May, but I think there's a lot of other things that we could talk about and refine. So as I come in here for a conclusion, Mr. Chair, I'm going to say I absolutely support keep it rural and the park plan. I would like to talk about that a little bit more. We've got, it's odd to me that we can increase the development in District 4 and preserve a large open space for habitat, and why that's not amenable, I don't understand. I'd like to have more time to better understand that. And I really would like to see that park plan included. And there were an incredible number of good questions. This gets to your point, Commissioner Richardson, that if staff could bring us back information, I'll just pick one. It happens to be on my notes right in front of me. This should, any future development should align with the housing policy at the time in which it's approved. The same should be true for the land development code. If we improve the land development code going forward in the future, future developments should not be able to be grandfathered into whatever we have right now, because we're getting smarter every day. So I got a lot more details, but if a majority of the board is ready to move forward as it is, we're going to have to face these challenges later. If we take a little more time, I think we can get some of these big elements done and prime this to do good review of PUDs in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, like all of you, I've spent a lot of time studying and talking about Welaunee. I attended 11 of the 13 video charrettes, spoke with ATN, KIR, representatives from the landowners, Gary Hunter, Robert Volpe, and many others. I want to thank everyone in the public who has spent considerable time studying and reaching out to us on this. Thanks also to the staff. I've seen them in action. I've seen them talk with the public. I've seen them take down notes. You know, one thing that's very telling is that in private conversations I've had with both folks from KIR as well as people representing the family, the landowners, both of them have said how great staff has been. Maybe staff should run for office because they're really doing a great job and making everybody happy. But that's really a good sign that shows how hard staff is working, because it matters. Another thing is that a lot of the public input that I've heard firsthand coming in over the last several weeks has been incorporated into this new version. This master plan is better because of the public taking the time to study this and providing input, and because of staff listening to that input and incorporating that smartly into this plan. We are, as Commissioner Dozier said, we are in a better place now because of those charrettes that Commissioner Lindley recommended, and because of the public's involvement and the staff's diligence in applying that public input. So thanks to everyone involved in getting to this point. I'm happy with where we are now. There's, again, as Commissioner Dozier said, it's much better. I think there's some things we can do to make it even better still. I think what I hope everyone agrees is that this community has a vested interest in making a master plan work. You know, the landowners they've got the development rights. They can develop right now, starting tomorrow morning if they wish. But both the landowners and the community are better off with a reasonable, forward-thinking master plan. And both the landowners and the community are much worse off without one. So it's a classic negotiation situation. If we find an agreement, it's win-win. If we don't, we all lose out. And I think that's one thing that maybe we've not, at least all of us together with the public, have really talked about that before. I'm going to be as quick as I can, but I want to talk about some topic areas here that I think are important. Regarding the canopy roads, specifically Miccosukee, I was very happy to see that the additional 75-foot minimum buffer has been added in addition to the canopy protection zone along Miccosukee. That makes it a total of a minimum 150 feet, which, again, I've been talking with both sides. There seems to be an agreement that that's sufficient. You're actually starting to have the buffer line go into open space beyond the canopy trees. So that's a good sign. One thing I'm concerned about, and I said this during the charrettes, this is a state requirement that makes it hairy here, but we've got 3 access roads going into Miccosukee. With that and the increased traffic along Miccosukee and Canopy, Centerville Canopy, the extra capacity provided by the I-10 interchange and the Northeast Gateway, I'm not sure, we don't know for sure whether or not that will sufficiently reduce traffic along those canopy roads. We don't know. But that's one thing I hope that we can take a look at going forward, because I don't want development to degrade and eventually eliminate one or more of those canopy roads. It's one of the things that makes Tallahassee very unique and special for this state. Greenways and parks. Another big part of this plan is the 1,900 acres, the 40% minimum open space requirement. As Gary Hunter said, that's a big deal. Southwood only had 23%. I think Killarn's requirement at that time back in the day was about 10%. It didn't turn out that way, but we're talking about a very high bar. One thing that I really want us to think about tonight, about implementing tonight, is what KIR has referred to as the transfer of development rights, which I'm not, that term has actually misled some people and has generated some misunderstandings of what that is. Maybe a better way to phrase it is a transfer of open space credits. I really do think this is something that can help us achieve what KIR is asking for in terms of that District 5 refuge and habitat park. Now, initially, I don't think the family is amenable to just simply setting that District 5 off as a park. But one thing I think we can do to achieve that is by implementing this transfer of open space credits. If you have a PUD of 1,000 acres in District 4, you are limited to only develop on 400 acres of that 1,000 acres. The remainder of the 600 acres has to be open space. So you're stuck. But with this transfer of open credits, you can choose to designate, just say 300 more acres in District 5 as new open space. Then you can use the transfer of open space credits, that 300 acres, to your PUD in District 4, which then leads you to be able to develop on 700 acres and leave 300 acres of open space. So it's that transfer of open space credits into District 4 for development and up into District 5 for open space. That achieves what KIR is pushing for. And I don't want to put Gary Hunter on the spot, but I believe that that would be amenable to the representatives of the landowners. If it's amenable to them and it's amenable to KIR and there's no objection anywhere else, I think it's something we really should explore. One thing I want to do once we come back around is have a motion to that effect, because I think that gets us where we need to be. And it's something that I believe, based on discussions I've had, would not be objected by other people. I would not find an objection from other people. I'm going to skip over some things and wrap up here. Affordable housing, diversity of housing. I've got a question for Artie. I was surprised to hear Gary Hunter say that in this master plan, we've got more diversity of housing provisions than anything he's ever seen. That's a bold statement because he's got a lot of experience in this. Artie, would you mind, could you explain, I read the master plan, of course, but can you explain how you're doing that and what types of incentives you're providing to encourage that type of diversity of housing?
Yes, Commissioner, I'd be happy to address that. And, one of the reasons that we moved to having 5 districts versus just having kind of the land uses laid out on the map gave us the ability to get a little bit more nuance in terms of how we plan each district. And so there's a couple of different ways that we're trying to achieve that goal of having diversity of housing stock. First, we have kind of an overall policy that basically says that no district or zone will allow only single-family detached homes. And so upfront, we basically prohibit what we would typically call exclusionary zoning. That's something that is very important if we're going to have more mixed income, mixed neighborhoods, and really address affordability. So upfront, we prohibit any zone within any district from requiring or allowing only single-family detached homes. The other way we're doing it is provisions that accessory dwelling units do not count towards density. And so that's another type of that missing middle housing, usually associated, well, always associated with the primary structure, but having that accessory unit along with it. Then what we do specifically for District 4 and I believe District 5 is require a specific mix so that it's no more than 80% single family detached homes. And so the other 20% has to be something else. And then within District 1, 2, and 3, it's mostly addressed through a combination of having both minimum and maximum densities. When you set the densities at a certain level, it basically begins to prohibit just single-family detached homes because the minimum density makes it unfeasible to do that. And so by having a variety of ranges within the those individual districts, so up to 20 units in the mixed-use center, and then I believe it's 4 to 14 within this neighborhood, and then slightly less. So you'll probably see more single-family detached homes in the residential area, more of a mix in the neighborhood, and then more intense, not single-family homes in the mixed-use centers. So it's a multiple approach, as well as in the intent statement. We several times we say the intent of the ARCH is to have a mixture of homes.
Okay, thanks, Artie. Let me wrap up because I know we've got a lot to cover. Just to confirm, just on the record, because there's been a little bit of, I think, confusion on the stormwater master plan. So I know you already said this, but I just want to confirm it one more time. So as it stands right now in the master plan, we are going to have one SFMP. We may have different facilities throughout Welaunee, but there's one single master plan, and that has to be approved before the first PUD concept is approved. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner. We note that the scope of service for that stormwater facilities master plan has to be approved by the city. And then that stormwater facilities master plan itself has to be approved by the city before any PUD can be approved. So yes, absolutely what you said.
Okay, sounds good. Earlier when you showed us the preliminary environmental features map, you showed in District 3 2 areas of high quality forest, which was great. But if you overlay that on top of the village centers, there's a village center in District 3 that overlaps directly with those 2 areas of high quality forest. How do you envision that working? I mean, can you talk, I don't want to put you, I mean, you and I have not brought this up before, but you don't want to encroach upon the high quality forest, but how do you envision that actually coexisting?
Yes, Commissioner. So the locations of those mixed-use centers are conceptual. And so what we would anticipate is as a PUD comes in, they have the natural features inventory completed. They identify, here are the boundaries of those high quality forests. And then based on that, you would kind of locate where that mixed use center would be. If they're in close proximity, that could be good because you have, higher density, more people with closer access to that. but protecting those areas would take precedent over the location of the mixed-use center. So you may have to reduce the overall size. That's why we have a range of size. So it could be minimum acreage to maximum acreage. You may have to adjust the size based on those natural features, or you may have to move the road slightly. We did the best we could in terms of having comprehensive plan level information and keeping it very conceptual is to illustrate intent. And so, yes, protecting those natural forests, higher priority, and then you adjust the town center based on that.
Okay. Okay, great. Last question. We talked about it during our briefing, as well as you during your presentation, about the Florida statute that requires a local government to essentially one-for-one compensate the developer for affordable housing that is included in a PUD. Does that mean the entire cost of the unit or the gap in the market value? Is it the entire unit itself?
My understanding is this the entire unit. If I have that wrong, I'm going to ask city or county legal to correct me on that. But my understanding is that the way it's worded is we'd have to offset the cost of building that unit.
Okay. Okay. All right. Artie, thank you very much. Once we come back around and allow motions, what I plan to do, unless someone beats me to it, is move to have incorporated into the master plan this transfer of open space credits as an option. The future developers, the landowners don't have to implement or utilize that, but it's another option to give them additional flexibility to shift units that would be in District 5 into District 4, which creates more of that habitat park in District 5. I think that's a good idea. I don't think it would be objected by any of the parties or stakeholders in this. I think it's a good idea that gets us to where KIR is shooting for in that park without any objection. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Bryant, come on down. You're the next contestant.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first start by thanking Artie and his staff. They have done, and I know everyone has said this, but I really want to add my commendations to him and his staff for the outstanding job that they have done to get us to where we are. And we should be extremely grateful to our community for actually coming out and actually sharing their opinions, doing research, coming back. But as a planner myself, I must admit that this process that we've been in over the last months, especially since April, and even before then, has brought us to a place where we have a document. No, that's not perfect, but I would suggest to you, we're not going to get to perfection even when we come back in November, December, or next year. This process has to be iterative, and that it has to continue to improve. That's the whole idea. So I think we've done a good job to get us to where we are. I too kept notes, Commissioner Richardson, not as many pages as you did, but I do know that there were several major issues. And as Artie did his presentation, he actually hit on every one of them. Maybe the answer that was given was not agreeable to everyone. In fact, I'm sure it wasn't, but that is a part of our process. That's a part of the process that we have in place, not with just this particular planning process, but all of them. So I think we are at a place, and I'm definitely not going to speak long and belabor the point, because we have gone over many things tonight and in prior sessions, but I think we're ready to move on. At some point, we have to decide we're going to move on. I guess the most interesting part to me is that whatever we do now, 20 years from now, 10 years from now, still may not be what needs to be done, which obviously provides opportunity for people to come back and actually be proactive as things change in our society. None of us anticipated COVID-19, but it's here. None of us can, not to my knowledge, we don't have a mirror that tells us 10, 20 years from now what will be going on. So as of today, and the things that have been done, I think we are very well positioned to move forward. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Commissioner Lindley.
Hey there, thank you. Gosh, where to start? First, I think I want to thank the landowners. They have been incredibly generous and patient. And sometimes I wonder if people come in who own property and they think about what they might do with it on down the line, but they then run point blank into urban planning and a whole community of interest. And we really do have to always be balancing the public and the private interest in these particularly huge events. I am just blown away by Artie and his staff. Thank you so much. I fear that maybe you didn't get enough clear instruction from your commissioners early on, and we kind of turned the job over to the community and all those charrettes to really dig down in so many different ways, brought great information. I mean, tonight we have heard from so many smart, involved, experienced, skilled people. So tonight our policy decision is based, thankfully, on the work of so many people out there. And, you know, from the blueprint folks, I think Commissioner Dozier made a good point. The blueprint process was one thing, and it is parallel to this. But this is where the, you know, the rubber hits the road, is it right now in this comp plan amendment. The main thing I want to see tonight, well, there are two things. One, I would like to see the KIR Park Greenway plan incorporated in the master plan. I think what it does is provide large open space, which will be, as they say, a habitat, but also open to the public. And as Commissioner Minor said, this transfer of development rights concept, which Pam Hall, I think, dreamed up in the middle of the night. She might have been awake at 2 in the morning when all the rest of us were trying to sleep, and had that aha moment, which said, hey, here's a way to allow the future developers, and we don't even have any developers on the boards right now. We are talking about landowners and planners and us as policymakers. So future developers, whoever they may be, will have that option to do a little swapping so that they can build on land that might be better to build on, and put some more of the natural environment in the bank for the rest of us. And I think a lot of that can take place up in the District 5, the map District 5, not the elected commissioners District 5. So what I want to see is that. I'd like to see that, and I would like to make a motion to that effect when the time comes to put the KIR Park and Greenways plan in, along with, as Commissioner Minor brought up, some sort of open land options for switching around a little bit. And that helps us not feel that we have to have the crystal ball in any case. Finally, so much good work has been done. I do think that we can probably wrap this up by the end of the year. I'm absolutely against a 6-month extension. I won't be here at the end of the year for this. And it's been the honor of my life to work on this monumental, wonderful project. And I'm just dearly grateful, and, you know, love all the thoughts that have come forward to us from the community and from you all. And I know there's going to be more cool things to say. And so that's for me. Put KIR in the master plan, keep the options open, and wrap it up by Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lindley. Okay, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say what everybody else has said. I am just blown away by the information that we received tonight. I've met with the comprehensive plan queen, who you all know who she is, and I've also met with the Keep It Rural group, and a lot of the issues that I've heard from both already actually hit on them tonight. So I'm I'm feeling pretty good that things are where they should be. You've done an outstanding job, Artie, and your staff, and under the direction of your assistant, under the direction of your manager, Wayne Tedder, and the city manager. Great job, and all who poured in. I do have a couple of questions and comments. The line of work that my career has been in information technology, and we had a saying there called analysis paralysis. If we continue to analyze and stay in neutral and don't move forward, we're paralyzed. And I don't think that we do a good service to our community if we suffer from analysis paralysis. Kudos to our community who leaned in, and as you said, Commissioner Lindley, very smart and experienced people who came to the table. You know, I love community engagement. And what we have here is what community looks like. We've had great community engagement. We've had a staff who was receptive to that community engagement. You see it reflected in the document that we've looked at. And so I think that what we have here is it's an unfinished masterpiece, but it's a masterpiece nevertheless, so much more than what we've had in the past. I do have a couple of questions. One is the Keep It Rural brought the concept to the table about the park and the habitat. Artie, what is the habitat that we are protecting in that area where they're wanting to reserve that area for habitat? What lives there other than possibly humans one day?
Commissioner, one of the technical assistance comments we received from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission was that this is a potential habitat for wading birds, for gopher tortoises, and for black bears. And so those are predominantly the three species that we would be looking at preserving the habitat for.
Okay, so they're not there right now, but we're planning for the future that this is where they could come. Okay. The other thing is that one of the comments that I received yesterday in the meeting that I had was the possibility of looking at the fiscal impact of this all. I know you talked about the transportation, but there was some question about whether land was going to be donated for fire, school, and transportation. Do we have that commitment for fire, school, potential schools, and transportation from the landowners?
What we have in the proposed master plan is that a school site would be set aside, and that would be used to offset mitigation that would otherwise have to be paid monetarily to Leon County schools. And so they would get credit for donating the site for a school, but it would be in lieu of otherwise having to write a check for that amount. But yes, we definitely have provision for ensuring that a school site would be identified, set aside, saved for a school when the need for a school is there. We also have provisions that anytime the city says we need a fire station or we need a police station or anything of that nature, community services, the PUD will have to coordinate with the city, identify a location for it. The mechanism for how that is completed is a development agreement. Most often that development agreement would require that site to be donated because of the mutual benefit. The city gets the benefit of the donated land. The development gets the benefit of having that police station or fire station. If there's some other circumstances, the development agreement will address those. And so the comp plan doesn't get into the level of detail about how it gets funded, how it gets coordinated. It basically just says that there's an obligation on behalf of developers to, at the request of the city, identify the sites and then work with them to coordinate the details around how that happens. And that would be through a development agreement.
So could we calculate the potential fiscal impact of that donation, those donations? Because if it's donated, it had some opportunity costs associated with it that they could have gotten money for, but they're going to donate those spaces. So could we potentially determine what that could be, and that will be the fiscal impact that's been asked for?
Oh, we can
You
get
don't
an
have to, I don't want to put
understanding.
you on the spot, but you know, you can, you know, something to think about.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay. Also,
a very good point, Commissioner.
okay, you also, we talked about the different type of housing: affordable housing, inclusionary housing, middle housing. I've never now heard of middle housing before. That's a new term for me in housing. But there's also, you mentioned, and I want to be clear on this, there is a Florida statute, Florida law, how you can determine how much affordable housing, because there was some question about being able to guarantee a percentage of the homes that are being affordable housing, not just inclusionary, but affordable. So what's the rule there? What's the law there?
The rule is that the municipality has to fully offset the cost of providing affordable housing to the developer. And so basically the limitation would be how much we can give in terms of incentives for affordable housing. You know, our inclusionary housing currently requires a certain amount of inclusionary units, and it offers incentives to offset that, but set a specific threshold on affordable housing could oblige the city to basically funding the construction of a lot of homes, which could end up being in the millions of dollars.
Okay. Now, on the Keep It Rural plan about the park and that development in that area, what are the cons for fully implementing what Keep It Rural has proposed? Are we doing that in a way different from the way they have prescribed?
One of the things I always appreciate about Pam Hall and talking to her is when she has an idea, she usually brings a solution with it. Mm-hmm. And so what she has proposed is she's calling it transfer of development rights. I think it wouldn't necessarily be a transfer of development rights that's kind of got a specific legal definition, but I think we could potentially include a alternative development program that allows kind of the offsetting of open space in that area. The cons of it is we're not using the best available data when we make those decisions, because that wouldn't happen until the natural features inventory. And we may end up not protecting the significant trees and some of the canopy that would otherwise be protected in District 4. But those are at the very beginning. One of the things I mentioned is comprehensive plans have to realistically acknowledge trade-offs. And I think if the community sees the value and the policy direction from the commission and the board, say prioritize an area up at the northern part over the other approach, that's definitely something that we can work with the landowner and incorporate a lot of the good thoughts from Pam Hall and do. You know, it was not the approach that we proposed, but I'm not the policymaker, and so I'm happy to take that direction. That sounds like we'll be coming and working on something. Honestly, I've had experience doing this kind of work across the country, and honestly, I could turn around that kind of policy within a day or two.
Okay, my final question, final Jeopardy. And this is for my good friend and neighbor. Please clearly state again that there is no developer, so there will be no public dollars being used for development on this property.
Currently, there is no developer that I am aware of. The property has a property owner, and I've coordinated with that property owner through his legal representation. In terms of public funding going to this, a couple of things related to that. One, The obligation of the city is to bring urban services to the boundary of the site. Those are already there. Water and sewer lines already come to the property. It would be on a future developer to pay for the extension of those throughout the property to serve the development. And the long-term maintenance of that is based on user fees. And so, the public in general is not paying for the long-term maintenance of the infrastructure. The people who are using the services through those user fees are paying for the services. And in fact, the city regularly does rate studies to ensure that the user fees are covering the cost of those services as well as the long-term maintenance of the infrastructure.
Okay, thank you, Artie. Again, great job. Very, very comprehensive. I've enjoyed every minute of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, I'm going to go. Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. I'm going to go to Commissioner Jimbo Jackson.
Hey, thank you, Commissioner Deloge. The shame about going so late in the show is that everyone has kind of summarized the important points. I think that the first speaker, I think it was Commissioner Richardson, I took more pages of notes, but I write a lot bigger than you. So I'm sure that we all have gotten quite the education tonight. Already a phenomenal job. I could not agree with my colleagues anymore. I can't quite get there with the Keep It Rural after Artie's explanation, the Keep It Rural Park Plan, simply because I think it ties us to something down the road that we have no prediction on. Who's to say what those forests or lands will look like 20 years from now when there's a whole nother group of commissioners, unless I serve as long as Commissioner Proctor. I want us to, I can't quite get there with that. I do want to give a shout out though that Keep It Rural and the ATN, Pam Hall, and the hundreds of people that have emailed and have contributed to this process have made this, without a doubt, a substantially better plan. I think all of you have done a great job of summarizing that, but I just want to echo that this is, in my opinion, an ideal way that something of this magnitude gets accomplished by stepping back and taking the time to have those 13 additional meetings and take public input. And by my estimation, and from the notes I looked at and from talking to Artie, probably in excess of 90 or 95% of those suggestions were a part of this final plan. Am I correct, Artie?
Yes, Commissioner. I would say that with very few exceptions, and generally just because of preventions in Florida statute, we have tried to address everything we heard from the public. So, I would say it would probably be about 95% of everything, if not slightly more, has been addressed.
Wow. I would give anything to have negotiations, not only in my other job, but even here in my own family, where they're able to incorporate 95% of my suggestions. But outstanding work, and I just can't say enough about staff and the community coming together on a project of this magnitude to make it as good as possible. I fully support option one, but I'm going to wait and hear from everyone prior to making a motion. But I want to make it clear that this is great work, and we could not have asked for any more. I do want to comment on the schools quickly. Thank you for that, Commissioner Williams-Cox. I think that's important because this will definitely have an impact not only on schools, but public safety as it relates to ambulance and fire services down the road. And just today, I spoke with Facilities Management Director Danny Albritton for Leon County Schools, and they are fully engaged and in support of the plan as proposed, which already dedicates property both in the toe and heel, but also, I believe, already explained the PUD that is in effect after the 500th home. you do a better job explaining it than I do. Artie, would you do that for me?
Yes, Commissioner. We kind of recognize that development most likely will not occur for a number of years, and so what we've included in the proposed edits to the plan would be that prior to the 500th unit being allowed to be constructed in the arch, that a school site would have to be identified, meeting the locational criteria that we've put in there, and that site would have to be essentially donated for the purpose of building a school. We do have a concurrency system based on Florida statute implemented through an interlocal agreement. And so there would be consideration of what would typically be paid through that concurrency, and that could be offset through the donation of the land for it. So there would be credit given to that. But the key point is that a site for a school would be identified and set aside for the future development of a school in coordination with Leon County Schools.
All right, thanks so much. Doubling the amount of open space from nearly doubling the amount of open space is incredible, and I think that we can get the greenways and the park plans done with 40% of this acreage donated to that purpose. But I want to hear what other folks say, and I'm taking too long. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, all right, Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Artie, I didn't mean to sound bad telling you that, but for those, we've read a whole bunch of this, and I read the iterations of attachment 4, 5, 6, and 7. So I was pretty thoroughly already where you were talking about. But thank you nevertheless for your presentation. I've looked at comments coming from the state of Florida, and as I've looked at DEO, these comments are in their review are really not really major, and I'm disappointed in the state's review. Tonight we heard earlier from private citizens, some heavyweight warriors. I think that any time that you hear the names of Debbie Lightsey, Rosa Morgan, Kathy Archibald, Wendy Gray, Pam Hall, Randy Dinker, those sisters have been in more tough fights than Batman and Robin, and they had some really compelling comments. I would go to a fight with either of them, and all 6 of them. That would just be an advantage to have. And what the state of Florida has said too, in response of our plan, is that coming from the Department of Economic Opportunity, is that this amendment is not supported by data and analysis identifying the impacts of increased development on public facilities and the capacity of these facilities to serve the affected areas. And it asks that prior to adoption, Tallahassee and Leon County should ensure that the amendment is supported by data and analyses indicating that public facilities, potable water, wastewater, transportation, and schools exist, are planned to serve an amendment sites. It also talks to the educational future land use category, does not establish an intensity standard for non-residential development. The city and the county should consider modifying the proposed amendment to include an intensity standard. And I've looked through iterations 7, and if I missed it, I would just eyeball dead. The Florida Department of State has said to us, and I know that you heard from the private citizens, so I chose not to deal with private citizens' comment, but just to look at the state's response to us. The Department of State has indicated that there are many rural historic cemeteries that have likely not been recorded. We recommend that any future plan should be sensitive to locating, assessing, and avoiding potential adverse impact to these resources. I saw a reference in attachment 7 that we gonna, but in them old days of, and I would offer for you to look at a model called Southwood. Southwood would blow this plan away, our requirement, our strictness. You mentioned, Artie, about at one point you said that you didn't even know the number of trees, a certain species. With Southwood, we required them to put up so much acreage for the golden aster plant. Some other was golden and aster, a gopher tortoise, the eagle, and affordable housing. They had to fork up acreage off-site to accommodate those things. It was very intense engagement. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection, we still have one, indicates that activities associated with the project have the potential to impact water quality. Therefore, appropriate measures should be taken to minimize any potential additional nutrient loadings to the spring. Blah, 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 blah. Very, very generic, very, very weak, but we at least have in Florida something called Department of Environmental Protection, and it's a page and a half. I mean, look at Florida. The Florida Department of Transportation, and I'm very worried, commissioners, perhaps among the dais of the 12 of us, I have actually lived off of Centerville Road, and I know personally that if you're not out by 7:20, forget it. It's going to take a while across I-10. But the Florida Department of Transportation said about this item on only, this is just what it said about the Welaunee Arc. I mean, honestly, I'm not making this up. It's really two sentences, one sentence really. The proposed amendment has the potential to increase the trip generation of the subject properties. No traffic analysis was included in the transmittal package. However, the staff report did reference the Northeast Gateway, a major infrastructure project, including a new I-10 interchange at Welaunee Boulevard. FDOT determined it is not possible to accurately determine the potential impacts of the proposed amendments TTA 202011. This is crazy. The Florida Department of Transportation is dealing with the intersections, as Commissioner Minor pointed out correctly. There are going to be 3 interchanges on Miccosukee. 1 interchange is scheduled for Centerville. It's a projected just possibly interchange off of I-10, but the Florida Department of Transportation determined it is not possible to accurately determine the potential impacts of the proposed amendment. There is no proposal. I mean, words like concurrency come to mind. No reference. Were these trips already reserved for these owners 40 years ago? Maybe so. Do they have trips on Miccosukee side? Do they have trips reserved on Centerville side? This is going to be a major mess transportationally. But I mean, I guess it's because of who the applicant is. The applicant. If this had been a private applicant, the county went through more just in permitting Bradfordville, 28 lawsuits. Put Randy Dinker back on the line. She'll tell you about them. Environmental standards, trees accounted for, a stormwater 3-inch, 4-inch standard. That's not here. And tonight, you know, this is not to throw stones. Please, this is just experience and time speaking. But the city has a conflict of interest as the applicant, as the reviewer, as the approver. Affordable housing has never worked anywhere. It's a promise that sounds good on the front end, but which is never executed. And if it has been executed, I stand corrected and apologize to the whole wide world. But we talk about it on the front end. But who is that person or department that execute? We don't even know if they commit to MBE standards. All you got to do is check the box, and you don't even have to honor that. And just like WMBE, trust and believe affordable housing and all of that is just like WMBE. It's gonna slide through like a slick eel. So there's no traffic analysis included in the transmittal package. However, the staff report referenced the Northeast Gateway, really. So I'm not happy on the transportation point. I have lived the transportation issues there. This is a major setback for me to find this embraceable. Everything on Falls Chase had to have concurrency. Everything we've ever done on Buck Lake, everything development we've ever done off Mahan, all of the traffic had to be straight. This is totally unacceptable to do this. And this is not accounted for. And we have no state agency. Well, we heard from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Well, what did their sheet of paper say? It said that FWC has received 54 reports of human and bear conflicts within a 5-mile radius of the Welaunee Arc since 2001. Well, what was their recommendation? Proactive planning may help prevent or reduce future conflicts with bears. Then they go on to talk about the gopher tortoise, the wading birds, and not even anything mandatory that they make any accountability for the habitat there. But when Southwood was there, they had to go out there and count them gophers and move those gophers or some way or the other prove these things. But the city is the applicant. The city is. In city, you have an unfair advantage. And no matter how many platitudes that you offer, I admonish you to look at Bradfordville and look at those standards and look at the paper and look at the state's review. I admonish you to look at the Southwood, what Mr. Edmonds, Tim Edmonds, what St. Joe Property presented to us. I just admonish you to go back and look. This is a fallen and a reduced standard for anything this size. But again, the city is the applicant. Wendy Gray will tell you, this is not the standard, y'all. We done fell down. So I believe that on the front end, as I heard a speaker, and I've not responded to speakers tonight, but somebody said that there were a lot of people on plantations out there and buried. That stuff have not been accounted for. So, Mr. Chairman, I know you want to do another round. I will reserve and keep some of my gunpowder dry for the next round of comment. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Okay, Commissioner Matlow, then we'll go to Maddox, the mayor, and then I'll finish. So, Commissioner Matlow, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And first off, I also want to thank Artie for his work. You know, in 30 years of planning, we haven't really seen an image of what this could look like to the last few months. So I really appreciate Artie and the community for really digging in and really showing us what, you know, a plan could look like. You know, this is such a large acreage and we only really get one shot to do it right. So looking at the parks on the front end, looking at the stormwater facilities on the front end, it just makes sense because we won't have another opportunity to do it once it starts getting divided up. I also noticed that we had a wide range of public speakers today. Killearn Homeowners Association, Keep It Rural, Buckhead, Alliance of Tallahassee Neighborhoods, Tally 100, the Greater Chamber of Commerce, the Big Bend Chamber, and a lot of just concerned citizens. And out of everybody who spoke, not one spoke against moving forward with development on the Welaunee Arch. Everything we heard was about how can we make this better. And when we look at, I think a lot of the citizens' proposals, really what we see is when we talk about growth and when we talk about value, everything that's being proposed adds value and makes growth and development and really it is pro-business. It's just very helpful. But I do think we need to, when we talk about all the charrettes we've done, we talk about all the engagement we've done, we really got to come to compromise. We know what compromise looks like because we did it on the Northeast Gateway. And what we got to was everybody came to the table and they agreed on where we were going. What we have here isn't compromise because half of the engaged citizens don't feel like they've got what they were asking for or enough of what they were asking for. So, you know, some of the gives that we have given up, we talk about this land can go out and be developed right now, but putting all the cards on the table, this land's worth a boatload of money once it gets upzoned and you can start parceling it out. So it's in everybody's best interest, the community and the landowners, to come together with a plan. Because if we both walk away, the property's not worth as much money and the community doesn't get a master plan site. So I just want to make sure we're looking at it on a level playing field. So some of the things that were advocated for, higher density, that was advocated by the community just for better planning. And we talk about higher density, you need a bigger boat for all the money you're going to get when you start developing that land, because that's just more added value. So when we think about these trades we're giving, when we think about the increase and tax dollar spending on the Northeast Gateway, these are all public value that we're giving. And what the public's asking for is, you know, what is the overall view of what the public gets in return? So we look at the Keep It Rural Master Parks Plan we talked about transfer of rights and open space and all that sort of thing. But I think what really stuck out to me is when Gary Hunter said that Southwood used 23% open space and a lot of these PUDs would have 60% requirements. So my question would be, if we're okay with the PUD looking like Southwood and having that amount of open space, and we can get a giant habitat park and Keep It Rural would be happy, and we wouldn't be tearing down the homes of black bears and gopher tortoises, it seems like we could get to a win-win where we protect our natural environment, we protect the habitat and the wildlife in the corridor, and at the same time allow for development, allow for the same amount of development and really the same land value in exchange. So to me, that just looks like a win-win. On the stormwater master plan, that's just, I mean, imperative. Anybody who's ever tried to do a development in town, that's the number one thing that holds them up, and they end up abandoning the project because they don't have enough space to build their own stormwater facility, or they complain, you know, I own this land, why can't I build this? Because you don't have the capacity. So to be able to do that up front, and before we start developing, and we talk about the Northeast Gateway, we don't have the final path. We don't know how that's gonna affect stormwater. So those two, I do think, need to be worked together hand in hand. Artie, I had one question on the master plan because I just wasn't sure. For the stormwater master plan, who will be doing the plan?
It would be the applicant for the first PUD that comes in. That would be the most likely scenario. You know, if several developers wanted to come in and kind of do multiple PUDs, they could kind of coordinate that effort. But it would most likely be the developer who comes forward first.
So if we have to do the whole master plan for the whole arch, and one developer buys just a smaller section to do a PUD, they would have to master plan, that first developer would have to master plan the entire arch?
They would. And we've kind of talked with our stormwater team, and they anticipate that the master plan of this nature would be approximately like $300,000 or so. So if we're talking about a development, you know, if someone wanted to do a really tiny development, then maybe they would want to hold off. But I think the first one to come in would plan to do, because they would know they'd have to do this, they would plan a development substantial enough to basically offset having to do that.
Okay. And could you speak to the Northeast Gateway as far as stormwater and having to get from one side to the other and that sort of thing, and kind of having that information up front to know how we build a road to navigate the stormwater through it?
Yeah, and I'll ask if someone from Blueprint wants to correct anything if I do misspeak, since the Northeast Gateway is a Blueprint project. But I'll take a stab at answering it, but I do ask that if I say something wrong, that someone please do correct me. My understanding is that, and kind of through the coordination that we've had with Blueprint, between planning and Blueprint over the last couple of months, especially, is that the original Welaunee Boulevard is going to be designed as a rural 2-lane section. That's really because the intent of Welaunee Boulevard, as it's initially built, is not for Welaunee. It's actually to alleviate traffic that's generated from existing development and some of the issues, especially with additional traffic that's been moved onto the Campy roads or to Thomasville and the Thomasville I-10 interchange. And because it's going to be designed as that, that it would be linear facilities, kind of like you see on Thomasville north of Childs High School, just kind of linear facilities along the road. And that as development happens, the developers would actually be the ones responsible for widening that facility and then addressing the stormwater from a widened facility. And understanding that the road would be widened at the expense of the developers in the future, that would be something that could be accounted for in that overall master plan.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer. The other thing I wanted, we heard a lot of speakers talk about growth and how that affects crime and poverty. And I think we need to, be clear when we make new spaces that people who are low income can't have access to. That has nothing to cure kind of our crime and poverty rates as long as we keep those concentrated. We heard a lot of good suggestions about adding missing middle housing and having different types of housing stocks to be able to address some of that. But I do think, this is going to be a bigger problem that, we are going to have to address in the future. And the answer can't be requiring the developer to do it because, the state doesn't want us to do that. But I do think we'll have to look at different opportunities for community land trusts or other partners or public financing that we can bring in. So we make sure when we are developing, we don't end up with all of our new, only the wealthy being able to afford to live in the new section. Another point that was raised was a fiscal impact analysis. To me, that just, it's common sense. Anytime you're going to make a major investment, know what the fiscal impact is so you can do a cost benefit analysis. We know a lot of times, new growth, the tax dollars that are generated, the services cost more than the tax dollars are generated depending on the densities and those things. So just having that information to me would be beneficial when we make these large decisions. I think Commissioner Proctor touched on some of the transportation. I guess what I'm getting at, all of these things are so crucial in this new development, and we've really only been discussing them for a few months now, really getting into the nitty gritty of stormwater and parks. And this is the only time that we're going to have all, 4,000 acres, just an empty map to decide what we want to do with it. As soon as PUD applications start coming in, we lose some of that control. So I'm going to support the Keep It Rural Parks Plan in the north. I think if we can put that on the map now, it makes sense. I think it's a win-win for everybody involved. I like to see the fiscal impact analysis, the stormwater master plan, and continue the conversation on another point about how we increase access to this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Maddox, and then the mayor, and then I'll finish this out. Commissioner Maddox.
Mr. Chair, the one thing about going this deep in is that you don't have to say everything everybody else already said.
Don't feel like you have to, yeah.
Trust me, I won't. I've never been that guy. So the important thing to me is compromise. I told the Keep It Rural folks that I would hear from the other side and what they thought, and I would talk to staff and see what staff had to say. First, let me say staff did a magnificent job presenting the information and working with everybody involved. My vote would not be to give everybody on either side exactly what they want. It'll be somewhere right there in the middle. And I believe that's where we need to be. This will be, as you all have said, the biggest decision of development that we will make as board members, and probably that has been made in the past 50 or 60 years. I think that a compromise is necessary, or almost I would just use the word necessary at this moment. So when it comes back to me, Mr. Chair, I'll be looking for the way we can compromise and what that middle place is for us to move forward, and hope that our citizens can appreciate that, just as they appreciated how years ago we brought Blueprint, that was a group of developers and a group of pro-business folk and a group of environmentalists to come together and create a plan. So that's
And
what I'm looking
neighborhood
for, and that's what I
representatives,
move for.
Commissioner Maddox.
Sir?
And neighborhood representatives.
And
That's
neighborhood
what I was
representatives. Yes, sir.
representing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That makes it even more complicated, right? But we all came. They all came to a place where they had an agreement, and that's where I'm hoping that we can come to today, not his or her side, but a place in the middle that we can meet and everybody can be happy. I think that's where we need to be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. Okay, Mr. Mayor, and then I'll finish it out after you finish, if you've got your time.
Hey,
You're up.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. First of all, you've run a great meeting tonight. Thank you very much. You've been very fair to all the speakers. You've been very fair to all of us on the board, making sure that everybody had a chance to speak, and it's been very orderly. Really do appreciate it. I want to join all of my colleagues in thanking the public for their participation over the past year. We've been working on these specific amendments for the past year. They've really rolled up their sleeve between neighborhood associations, between individual citizens, all those that were involved gave incredible feedback, and I am extremely thankful. I want to thank the landowner for being willing to listen to the public and incorporate a lot of these great ideas. And of course, I join my colleagues in thanking Artie White for doing an absolutely phenomenal job, not only throughout the entire process, but really kind of summarizing tonight where we are. I believe by all the great efforts by everyone in the community and the landowner and our staff, we have got a great document. Now, I agree with you, Commissioner Maddox. Politics is compromise and not everybody gets 100% of what they're asking for. But I think that we're in the right place. And I, for one, am ready to move forward. And I, for one, support option number 1 and option number 2 with the date set by the county for final adoption on November 10th so that we can move forward together. Now, there was 2 issues that were brought up tonight that I'm taking into consideration. Number 1, Commissioner Minor, I like your language. I like your language because it's not a mandate, but it does provide flexibility to the landowner. And I think that we're heading in the right direction because like Commissioner Jackson, and I have a hard time fully incorporating a mandate of what Keep It Rural wants us to do tonight. Now, hear me out. And I'm going to ask the city attorney and the county attorney to join us on video real quick as well, because I have a couple of questions for the attorneys. The problem that I see with the Keep It Rural proposal, and I think we all agree with it, I really do. I think we like to see that type of preservation and concept and an idea. But first of all, Artie, tell me what is the difference between the park plan that we have in place right now and what Keep It Rural is proposing? What is the major delta?
Yes, Mayor. The primary difference is at this point we set up a policy framework, but because we don't have the natural features inventory data yet, we have not mapped out specifically where open space would be. The request is to identify a specific area on the map. And so, you know, that's the primary difference. Though the language proposed that allows that flexibility, allows the potential that someone could opt to move, basically do the transfer of the development, kind of alleviates the concern because, you know, if we find more area that is more vital to protect in District 4, then that can happen. But if there's additional area that can be set aside in that northern area, then there's the flexibility to do that. And so, you know, I think from what I originally presented, hearing the conversation, there's a lot of opportunities there.
Now, there's one point that we haven't discussed as well that I think it's very important. We have the proposal before us this evening, setting aside up to 40%, which is unprecedented. But it is something that we all agree upon, including the landowner, correct? What you have brought before us today, the landowner has signed off on.
That's correct, Mayor.
My question to the attorneys, and I'll start with you, Ms. Jackson, the city attorney. What happens if we mandate tonight the Keep It Rural proposal with specific geographic areas, and the landowner comes back tomorrow and says, that's a deal breaker, I don't agree. Is that considered a taking? And where does that put us legally being able to move forward?
Thank you, Mayor, for your question. I think what we have seen historically and what the city has always tried to move toward is trying to have a position where we seek agreement as opposed to a mandate of taking property. I think that's why I think Artie spoke to it in this plan. He specifically said the implementation would be through a PUD. And we have opportunities as we progressed in this development to have a PUD, to have a development agreement that kind of allows us to have that kind of back and forth and discussion about how we want to move forward. So, I think what Artie has presented, it provides the flexibility. It gives us the ability to act with knowledge because we know after a features inventory what is on the land. And it probably would make more sense to the landowner if we can identify those things in advance.
Right. Madam County Attorney, anything in addition or disagreement with the city attorney on this particular issue?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. So I would echo what City Attorney Jackson said, and again, refer the group back to the very first slide in Artie's presentation, which identified the phases. We are in the very preliminary phase 1 comprehensive plan amendment phase. And I think Artie, as he expressed, isn't discounting any of the admittedly potentially innovative and creative ideas that many of the speakers proposed. We're just not at the appropriate phase to entertain some of those concepts, is I think what Artie was trying to say, and is consistent with what City Attorney Jackson just said.
Would you, what Commissioner Minor is proposing, which I think is reasonable and provides flexibility without a mandate, would it be appropriate to take action on that particular language this evening as well as possibly a compromise, provide the landowners some additional flexibility as well in good faith to try to get to where we're supposed to be, Ms. Jackson?
Yes, Mayor, I think that is exactly the type of collaboration and work together that this process anticipates.
Okay, and Madam County Attorney, fair time. Any other comment on?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
City Attorney covered it.
Excellent. So I am the last speaker on the city. Thank y'all. I really appreciate it. For those reasons, Commissioner Jackson, I agree with you. And Commissioner Lindley, in spirit, I'm there 100%. And I do think we get there through we're at the beginning of this process. I like Commissioner Minor's language that adds the additional flexibility to accomplish the overall goal of keep it rural without putting in the mandates. Since I haven't heard any major objections for the city, Mr. Chairman, I would love to go ahead and I'll come to Dr. Bryant for a motion for option 1 and option 2 with Commissioner Minor's amended language to begin our discussion on the city side.
Okay. Well, let me make my comments. Yeah.
Well, just say probably moved on the city side by Commissioner Bryant, and of course the county, y'all can move forward as well. Is there a second to the motion? No second. Dies for a lack of a second. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was going to second the motion for discussion.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to wait and weigh in and then let everybody do motions, but if you guys want to go down this path, I'd like to speak at some point too.
Well, we're done on the city side for that first round. Now we're going to the second.
Yeah, if you don't mind, let me just say for a few minutes I've been waiting patiently, and I don't want to repeat what everybody else has said. And then I thought I'd hand it back to you, to Mr. Mayor, and you can do just that. You can take motions on y'all's side if that's all right. I want to load up. Artie, you've done a spectacular job. You make us proud. This is one of the, as everybody pointed out, this is one of the bigger planning efforts. Thanks to Keep It Rural. Thanks to all the people that came out tonight. This is the way it's supposed to work. Everybody gets a chance to get their input. Everybody participates. Everybody has a say. And at the end, as a number of people pointed out, everybody should get most of what they want. Nobody's going to get everything. So there's some tweaks here and there. This is clearly a legacy project. We've all been working on this for a while, and we will continue to work on this for most of the time any of us are in office and for most of our lifetime. I mean, this is a big, long, complex project. This is in my district. I've known the owners socially for 40 years. They've been good stewards of the land, and we should be proud of having them as community partners. The Miccosukee Greenway is a result of that relationship. We've got plans, as was pointed out earlier, to add an additional 8 miles to that. They've agreed to set aside 40% of their land, which, as everybody has said, is unprecedented. And that's 2,000 acres almost, which is 6 times the size of Tom Brown Park. That's a massive amount of green space in our community. They've tentatively agreed, consider if we go through with this, to donate the land for the Northeast Gateway and the I-10 interchange. So there's a lot of things going on here. There is no developer in the mix. Let me repeat myself. There is no developer in the mix. There is no PUD in sight right now. So when we start getting into transportation and stormwater and all that stuff, that's the master planning piece. There are some overlay things that we can do at this point, but until we get this lined up with the owner, we can't do that. Steve Evans spoke earlier. The Sales Tax Committee met for 2 years, put in an awful lot of time. Commissioner Richardson was the vice chair. They spent immense amount of time debating the projects, prioritizing the projects, and ultimately putting them in front of the voters, and the voters voted on this. I can't thank the people on the Sales Tax Committee enough. I think, as was pointed out earlier, Artie went through piece by piece by piece, and 80–90% of everything that's been asked for has been melded into the product we've got tonight. The master plan was expanded to go from 9 to 24 pages. There's been a lot of talk about somehow the landowner is getting, all sorts of benefits. The gateway is something that the citizens asked for. The landowner did not ask for this. It was in our sales tax. It was in our referendum. The I-10 interchange was FDOT's push in lieu of a $350 million flyover. I don't know, for those of y'all that have sat on CRTPA for a while, if you remember the flyover they proposed, it was going to go over all of Market Square. Look, we live in a spectacular community. Let's finish what we started with the board that's been working on this for the last couple of years. And I'll just finish by saying, let's not let perfect be the enemy of good. As somebody pointed out earlier, you're going to drown in paralysis analysis, and this is a good deal for the community, and it is a good deal for everybody. And our job is to make what would be considered hard, sometimes unpopular decisions that are in the best interest of the community. So I, for one, am ready to move forward. I'll entertain small tweaks, but that's my feeling right now. Thank you for everybody's patience and time. All right, Mr. Mayor, I'll hand it back to you, and then once you get done on your side, we'll bring it back on my side.
Mr. Chairman, if I messed up your process, I'm sorry about that.
No. That's all right. That's fine. Yeah, we're good. Go ahead.
Commissioner Williams-Cox, I know you wanted to provide comment for discussion. Commissioner Richardson wanted to provide comment. I see Commissioner Matlow's hand. Commissioner Bryant, you're the maker of the motion. Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to start us off?
Well, what I did was to keep the motion so that we could have further discussion. Sure. Because I want to understand more about what Commissioner Minor's, the motion, and then with Commissioner Minor's language. That was a long time ago when he spoke, so I'm trying to remember what his language was 2 hours ago.
Yes, ma'am. Fair enough. Why don't we have Artie real quickly brief once again on Commissioner Minor's language and what that means incorporated in option 1 and option 2. Artie?
Of course. Thank you, Mayor. So I think a lot of it really kind of lines up with the proposal submitted by Pam Hall. That would be, she used the terminology transfer of development rights. Though it's kind of a modified version of that. It would be an optional program, again, so we're not mandating the specific geographic area be set aside by the landowner, but we're setting up a system where if a development elsewhere in the arch chose to opt into it, they could offset their open space requirement by transferring some of that open space up to District 5 with the cumulative effect of getting to where Keep It Rural has proposed us getting to.
Okay, and my other question was, Commissioner Proctor gave us a blitz of information from the state, the DEO, and all of those folks. And Artie, I think I remember you saying early on that you had taken some of that technical information that they had provided, and you had done some things. Can you update us on that? I couldn't help but sit here and think that, you know, DEO, if we just get them to do some unemployment checks on time, I could, really hear from them better. But anyway, what was the outcome of the response from the state, from DOT, DEO, Fish and Wildlife, all of those folks?
We've addressed all of the comments that are appropriate to address in the comprehensive plan. So for some of those specifically, I know that the Department of State noted that there are a number of cultural resources, potentially some Black cemeteries that are not known. So what we've done is specify in policy, honestly, what's kind of already a given. The natural features inventory, while the name of it sounds like it's focusing purely on environmental features, it also identifies historic and cultural resources. And so as they go out and actually like put boots on the ground and check the site, the natural features inventory would also identify things like the cemeteries and stuff like that. But we wanted to make sure that that was clear. And so we've added policy language that says that that process will also identify cultural resources and that those would be protected and set aside. I know specifically cemeteries are protected by state law as well. And so that's not even an option not to, but we did clarify that. We originally included information about infrastructure capacity. So I was a little puzzled why the state sent back something saying that we didn't include that data analysis. Honestly, I feel that they may have overlooked it, but I will make sure that that's clear. My understanding is that since this property was annexed in 1990, we've had several decades by which our infrastructure departments have known that this was coming and have been planning ahead. And I've been told that there's no issue with infrastructure capacity and that it's to the site. And so I think that one is easily addressed by ensuring that DEO has the accurate data analysis that we originally included, but I feel may have been overlooked. There was a comment about educational facilities that actually related to a different amendment that was for the Pinecone Woods Amendment, but we addressed that with them, so that's no longer an issue. DEP did say that there's potential for impacts to Wakulla Springs watershed. We've added policies that address that and requirements that is considered as PUDs and development move forward. We've provided additional transportation analysis for the Department of Transportation, and so they'll have that. We also do note that the transportation analysis done at the comp plan level is, quote unquote, worst case scenario, but there are several iterations of that. So when a PUD comes in, they have to do a traffic analysis. And oftentimes what that'll mean is they determine that that developer will have to mitigate their transportation impacts through some mechanism, or they'll have to scale back their development as long as it's within the parameters set by the comp plan. And so there'll be several different opportunities and iterations of traffic studies to address the DOT's comments. So we've gone through and systematically made sure that we address all the technical assistance comments. legally, we'd only have to address it if it was an objection. We did not receive any objections, but again, wanting to make sure that we had the best master plan possible, we went in and actually addressed all of the state technical assistance comments as well.
Okay, so my question was going to be, did you respond back to them for these items, and so that they could give you some type of response for a clean bill of health or something? Do you? So you don't have to do that unless it was an objection.
We don't have to do that unless it was an objection, but a part of the overall packet that we put together following an adoption hearing gives us an opportunity to detail out everything that we've changed and why we've changed it. And so as part of the adoption packet, if this amendment gets adopted in the future, we'll actually detail out how we respond to all of their technical assistance comments. So they'll be able to see that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Initially when we did the first round, I didn't know how deep of a dive you wanted us to all get into. So I tried to be as brief as possible that first go around, but I did have some additional comments I wanted to make and some observations. One is, you all have heard my name mentioned a lot tonight in respect to the original Blueprint Committee and the Sales Tax Committee. So certainly this is a legacy project for me personally. That's the way I view it. But it's a legacy project for all of us that have been involved in this planning process over the years, and particularly the last several months. And so I think it's something that we need to make sure we get right, because I'm convinced that this could be the model for growth planning that other municipalities can use throughout the state of Florida. Because I think, what we're looking at is planned, responsible growth so that we don't see the kind of urban sprawl that many other cities have seen in Central and South Florida in particular. So we have an opportunity to get it right, to make it the best that it can be. I too want to thank those from the community, Keep It Rural, ATN, Tally 100, and all the other citizens that were involved in this process, because their input to me has been invaluable. And I want to particularly give a shout out to Pam Hall. Pam has been so gracious with her time. She spent hours on the phone with me. We've done not Zoom calls, we've done FaceTime calls, and it's given me a better understanding of this whole process. And so I certainly want to thank her for that. The couple of, and I want to move forward. I really believe we should move forward, but with the caveat that we still have opportunity for citizens and those from the community to give input before a final adoption. Because what I mentioned earlier was that as we move forward, that we still are negotiating through this process before the adoption public hearing. And there's still an opportunity to give input, because even though this is I think a great master plan, it still needs some tweaks. And a couple of those that I wanted to mention was because I don't think anybody has spoken about it since Danielle brought it up earlier, was the traffic study and the stop clause. I think that is an important element that needs to be built into this as well. Commissioner Matlow talked about the housing, and he brought up the issue of the community land trust. I certainly want to see us explore that. I'm on the TLC board, and as you all know, TLC is partnering with the city to oversee the community land trust in that respect. So I certainly want to see us pursue that and see how we might be able to diversify the housing in this area, and of course, diversify the population that is served in this new development. Artie, the question that I have for you is, You said that there were policy issues that were or that should be included in the comprehensive plan document, but more of the specific detail in the PUD. In what has been talked about tonight, do you feel that everything has been captured in the comprehensive plan document? And are there still things that could be incorporated from what we've heard tonight? Or are there things that would have to be addressed at the PUD during the PUD process? And if I'm putting you on the spot, feel free to tell me so, but if you could address that for me.
Absolutely, Commissioner. There were a few things that we received in terms of comments that were really just kind of beyond what would be in a comprehensive plan. That doesn't mean that I didn't think they were great ideas or that they were valid of any sort. I think the best examples of those were Tally 100 provided some really good feedback on ways to ensure that we are growing in a green kind of manner. What I've tried to do is anything that was kind of like broad, neighborhood-wide, arch-wide kind of concepts were included in the comprehensive plan. But then when it gets down to the level of detail, they had certain ideas about ways of incorporating heating and cooling systems into individual houses that were more efficient. Those kind of things would better be suited for a clean energy ordinance or a clean energy plan. And I know that the city is working on a clean energy plan. And then adopted by ordinance. So those would end up in the land development code. So that would be at the PUD stage as well. And again, I really appreciated the feedback that Tally 100 gave. There were just certain things I didn't include because they were beyond the scale of the comp plan. Initially, we didn't include the Keep It Rural plan just because it mapped out certain areas. So kind of like we did with the potential regional park up in the northwestern side of it. We didn't specify the exact location that there would in fact be a regional park. We just kind of acknowledged there's a policy framework for that to happen. But I think kind of given the language that has evolved tonight, that still fits in with the comprehensive plan level versus putting specific locations on a map. So those would be the examples, Commissioner.
Yeah, and so Artie, do you feel like between now and November 10th, there's still room for some negotiation and some things to be addressed in the comprehensive plan document?
Yes, Commissioner. I think there's been a couple of things that have come up tonight that honestly are pretty straightforward and pretty simple to incorporate. And so we can do that probably over the next week.
Okay. And it's my understanding, I can't remember who it was I talked to, Artie. I don't know if it was when we were on our Zoom call or if I talked to Wayne, but it's my understanding that even when we get to the November 10th adoption hearing, if we're not satisfied with where we are, we can still request the extension.
Absolutely, Commissioner. You always have the option of taking the option to adopt, or you can continue it, or you can give other direction. Just like tonight, staff recommended options 1 and 2, but there's always options 3 and 4 available to you. We're just providing a recommendation to staff, but you are the policymaker. So yes, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Matla?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your comments. Richardson, I agree with a lot of them. I do want to point out when we talk about the natural features in the open space throughout the arch, even with the Keep It Rural park system, that still leaves about 43% open space within the PUD. So there's plenty of there's still additional open space to identify those natural features and make sure they're protected along the PUDs. Because when we're, the landowners, I think, are being very generous, offering 60%. So if they can keep 43%, that's still double what Southwood has, and we get a wildlife habitat and protect our gopher tortoises and bears and what have you. My big concern would be if we start to piecemeal it out, PUD by PUD, we might end up with, instead of a 700-acre place where bears and that sort of thing can stay to their own, we end up with 20-acre parks. We're building on top of each other. There's no continuity. Some of it gets clear cut. We lose more significant trees, and it really just becomes a slugfest at public meetings for years to come. When right here in the beginning, I think we could do right by it. So, I mean, what I would be looking to do would be to look at option 3, and then direct staff to work with Keep It Rural's master plan for the parks and greenways, bring the property owner to the table, have them sit down, come to an agreement on what that may look like, bring it back to us on November 10th with that compromise, including the transfer of open space language for the PUDs to use that Northeast Habitat Park. And I also think we do need to discuss the stop clause on development for Killearn. We had a huge conversation about the Northeast Gateway and its traffic capacity and what development would put to on it. So I do think it's fair, once we reach that capacity, we say, okay, let's pause and make sure we have the transportation networks in place. So I would offer an alternative motion that we move option 3 and 4. We direct staff to work with Keep It Rural on their master plan for the parks and greenways, bring the property owner to the table, work on the transfer of open space agreement, and have the stop clause that Killearn asked for. Bring that all back to us on November 10th. I agree with Commissioner Lindley. If we can get this done, we don't need an extension. We could get this done by the end of the year, but we all need to realize we're all not going to get what we want, but we can get this done, get it done before the new year. So that's my motion.
I second that motion, Mr. Chairman, if the county commission can second the city commissioner's motion, if so.
Commissioner Proctor, no, you're out of line. Let's let the city finish their side.
Substitute motion on the table made by Commissioner Matlow. Is there a second to the motion? Seeing none, it dies for a lack of a second. We are back on the original motion. Commissioner Matlow, you're recognized for final comments.
Yeah, my final comment would be, these meetings and our rules of order start to get really confusing. The chairman laid out a very specific order that he wanted to go to, and we've been seeing this unusual activity of the mayor or a chair creating a motion and offering it to another commissioner. So I think at a future meeting, we need to come back and look at our rules of order and make sure we're have a fair process as we have these important conversations. Thank you.
Commissioner Bryant, I am in support of your motion on the table. Let's go ahead and summarize what the city motion is. It is option number 1 and option number 2, with final transmittal on November 10th, which of course, as Commissioner Richardson brought forward, we can always decide to go into a different direction on November 10th if we decide to do so. It also includes Commissioner Minor's additional language, which we've agreed to, dealing specifically with the open space transfer option in regards to habitat areas and for greenway buffers. So are we clear on the motion, city commissioners?
I am.
Okay. I am. Richardson for final comment. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure that without it being said as specifically as maybe Commissioner Matlow said it, that we are directing staff to continue work with the community stakeholders to bring us back something that we can all agree on. Okay.
Agree. I'm with you.
And,
all right.
and Mr. Mayor, if I may add to something else that Commissioner Matlow said, I thought that the owners were already at the table. I thought they'd been at the table the whole time through their representative. So I want to make sure that we're clear that they are still at the table through their representative, and I want to make sure that that's what I understood. So I don't know, Commissioner Matlow, do you have something else in mind?
Yeah, we're the applicant, and But what I was saying is we haven't come to an agreement where the community and the landowners are on the same page. There's still that division. So, you know, my suggestion is sit down at a table, figure it out, and come back with something, you know, that we can all agree on and adopt, because I think it can be a win-win for everyone.
I think we can still get that accomplished.
Yeah. Yes.
I think we have that flexibility to get that accomplished.
Absolutely. Artie, one final comment for me before we take the vote. Am I correct in assuming that the landowner actually has agreed to what staff has brought forward in option 1 and option 2?
That is correct, Mayor. They have agreed.
There is no points of contention in option 1 and option 2. The landowner does agree with those proposals. And then
That's correct, Mayor.
You have heard that there are a couple additional ideas that we want to keep working through, but you're going to have a formal vote to begin with tonight. Bring back fine. Okay. City Commission, all those in favor of the amendment, of the motion on the table made by Commissioner Bryant, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes 4-1 with Commissioner Matlow in dissent. Mr. Chairman, turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, nice job. So I'm going to entertain a motion now, and then what I will do is I've got Commissioner Maddox, Commissioner looks like Dozier, then Minor lined up. And I'd like to just say, let's limit the comments to short here. So Commissioner Maddox, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very short. My motion is options number 1 and 2 with asking staff to bring back language that incorporates the open space transfer as an option, as an incentive to preserve larger area in D5 as habitat area or any additional area to extend the canopy. I believe that's exactly what Commissioner Minor was thinking about. That is my motion, and I give Commissioner Minor credit for bringing the idea forward, but I think that's exactly where we need to be, and that's the compromise I was speaking of. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I've got a second from Commissioner Jackson. Okay, I've got Commissioner Dozier, Commissioner Minor lined up to speak. Commissioner Dozier.
Mr. Chair, since everyone has been referencing Commissioner Minor's language throughout, I would love to defer to him, and I will speak after him.
Okay, sure, Commissioner Minor. And listen, just as a point of clarification, it sounds like what we're doing is very similar to the city. And frankly, that's kind of, in a perfect world, it'd be nice if we're awfully close, because if we get to the finish line and we're both on either sides. Commissioner Lindley, you had a point of order? Or are you just waiting?
It's not a point of order. I just want to know where the Keep It Rural Park open space figures in to Commissioner Minor's language.
Okay, well, let's let Commissioner Minor talk to that. Yeah, okay.
It's been a long time since he made his suggestion.
Yeah, right.
If
I think it was yesterday.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Minor, before you get started here, Commissioner Deloge, Mr. Chair, I fully understand. We've been sitting here for hours. It's 10:40, but the city just had a long time to talk through this. There is nothing that dictates we have to be exactly on the same page. We take 2 different votes. So please do not limit conversation at this point. We will.
Commissioner Dozier, it was a comment. It was not a mandate. Thank you.
Commissioner Minor.
We're talking.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Commissioner Minor. I'm sorry, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I support Commissioner Maddox's motion. Let me just spend, I'm not going to take a long time with this, but about 60 seconds describing in a little more detail to clarify what, it's not my idea. I can't take credit for it. I think I've just got a decent way of explaining it. It's Pam Hall's idea from Keep It Rural. But it's basically the idea of transferring open space credits goes like this. It would basically, you would have District 4 right here. So let's say you've got a PUD that's an application for 1,000 acres. Now, because of the open space requirement in District 4, that 1,000 acres would have to be divided into 400 acres of developable land and then 600 acres of open space. Now, this is simply an option. It's not a mandate, but if the developer wanted to, they would have additional flexibility in basically designating 300 additional new acres in District 5 as open space. That's a credit. What that means is that they now can, with their existing PUD of 1,000 acres, they can then add 300 acres of developable land to their original 400 to get 700. And then that 300 acres that they would have as open space is transferred up there. So then they have 300 open space acres in that PUD. So because of this, they now have the option of developing on 700 acres of that 1,000 acres in the PUD and 300 acres of open space. It's a way to basically consolidate more open space acreage in District 5, which basically accommodates what Keep It Rural was asking for. And obviously, in discussions I've had today, it seems like the major stakeholders have no objection to that type of approach. We can't hold that. I mean, they've got to go back and talk about it, but it seems like it's something that would be amenable to the stakeholders I've all talked to, and I've talked to varying folks. So that's how it would work. You would basically only go from District 4, assigning new acreage of open space to District 5. Does that make sense? My 30-second PowerPoint dynamic graphic make it clear? Cool, great, thank you.
I think we got, okay.
So I support Commissioner Maddox's motion. If that's capturing, my description captures what he meant in the motion. Great, thank you, sir. Another thing I'd like to add as an addendum to the motion is, some of the public has reviewed the master plan, the new version, and have found some cross-reference corrections that need to be made, and maybe some consistency on shall versus should. And so I'd like to, hopefully Commissioner Maddox will entertain within that motion just the idea that that list of cross-reference consistency changes that need to be made can be incorporated into the new version that we see for final adoption. Commissioner Maddox, is that acceptable to you, sir?
Yes, if staff can incorporate that, yes.
Okay. And who's the second for that?
Commissioner Jackson was.
You're asking, Commissioner Minor, you're asking that review of the should language versus the shall?
Well, there's a list of the master plan. I think the new version is really good. But there are some maybe some corrections that need to be taken with cross references that no longer line up, as well as some inconsistencies in shall versus should in the same applications throughout the master plan. That should be they should be realigned and correlated. So it's basically
I'm good.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so I support the motion on the table. I want to thank Commissioner Maddox for introducing it. I want to give Pam Hall and Keep It Rural credit for this idea. I think it's a great way to accommodate the desire for a large contiguous open space in District 5 that is amenable, I believe, that would be amenable to everybody involved. One final last question, and then I'm done, for Artie. With the Canopy Road 75 minimum foot buffer, in addition to the Canopy protection zones, we talk about Miccosukee Road in the master plan, but there's not a mention of Centerville Road. Artie, is that an oversight, or can you explain why Centerville Road does not have a similar 75-foot buffer included in the master plan?
Of course, Commissioner. The proposed Welaunee Greenway goes along the western, northern, and eastern perimeter of the arch, and so that would provide between 75 and 100 feet of buffer on the kind of in addition to the Canopy Road protection zone. But along the southern portion, because the Greenway, the Miccosukee Canopy Road Greenway, goes to the other side of the road, there wouldn't be that buffer. So we're adding what would be the equivalent of the Welaunee Greenway to Miccosukee Road.
Okay, all right. So along Centerville Road, the effective buffer from the middle of Centerville Road going out to the canopy is 150 feet. Is that correct?
If you account for the Greenway and the Canopy Road protection zone, yes, Commissioner.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. I'm done.
All right, great. So I've got Commissioner Dozier, and then what I'd like to do is go to Commissioner Lindley, Commissioner Proctor, and then Commissioner Jackson, and we'll try and close, but Commissioner Dozier, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's 10 till 11. We started the public hearing at 6. And based on your comments and others, I don't think we have an opportunity to dive into some of the issues that I referenced before in my first comments. I'm glad we did the round robin with everyone, but we don't even have the full board sitting here anymore. I do support the motion. I compliment Commissioner Minor for his old school PowerPoint there. That was well done. And for Keep It Rural, Pam Hall, Jeff Blair, others, they have worked exceptionally hard on this and for months, and truly appreciate that. I know you all have said that, and I think this is an innovative concept. The conversations about the stormwater master plan, about the transportation study, about that stopgap measure with the transportation study, about other things in that area, we have not included. A lot of us, I counted maybe half, if not a majority, reference some of those issues. So they're not contained in the city motion that passed. They're not contained in this motion. But I'm wondering if there is a way, whether this is approved on the 10th or soon after that, for staff to give us an outline of what the next steps are, and particularly how city and county can work together on this. Commissioner Richardson, you mentioned the land trust and working with TLC. I think Commissioner Matlow mentioned that as well. I'm sure you remember that was a joint effort by the city and county. That's a joint committee, and working with TLC and others, we both entered into an agreement. I know you all are working on your inclusionary housing policy. I think that's exceptional. It's needed to change for a long time. That is one area we already have some joint work on, and I think we should continue working together on that, not just for Welaunee, but for other areas. Stormwater master plan. Having the first PUD in create a master plan for the whole property, sure, that might work, but we are looking at water issues in our community in a very different way. And I think we should be able to elevate that and talk about it jointly. I wish Mayor Daley was still here, because I actually remember an item he asked for. He's still here. Thank you. I just didn't see on the screen, Mayor. So anyhow, I guess here for a second, he asked for an item back in 2011, my first year on the board, to look at joint growth management, joint building department. And we had an item that looked at the 20-year history of this working together between the city and county. I feel like we are stepping back from that desire and that commitment to better relationship between city and county. And I don't want to lose that. We've got county folks and rural area surrounding this property. We got a long time, as everyone has said, before it might be developed. This is the time to look at some of those big issues. Mr. Chair, you referenced the interchange. I was chairing CRTPA when we pushed that through and negotiated with FDOT to expand their study to include Welaunee interchange and not just a new flyover and multiple flyovers in the Thomasville Road area, which wouldn't have worked for us. So these plans do take a long time. We've all been committed to this, and it is a joint effort. It should be. So I think that there are certain elements here, regardless of what happens with the comp plan amendment itself, the master plan moving forward, that would be in our interest to work together. And I'm wondering if the maker of the motion could at least ask staff to bring back a short list of those elements: stormwater, the transportation study, housing for the top three, and let us just give us some information on how we are already working together and how we might do that outside of the comp plan process over the next few years. I'll pause for a second. I'm not seeing any receptivity for that. These are issues we're already working on together, and they've come up here, so I thought that might be amenable to everyone. I guess the last thing I'm going to say right now, and save the rest for, I suppose, November 10th, since I would prefer, as Keep It Rules suggested and others, that we have another workshop, whether it's November 10th or not. We can have adoption hearing in December and still meet our 180 days. As Commissioner Lindley said, we can get it done before the end of the year, but having one more time for the citizens to be able to participate would be good. I have a lot of questions often because I like a good process. Our role is to do good planning up front and then let people have the rights to their property and have some confidence in our rules going forward. I added this, oh, wrong hand there, WWPHD. A few people have figured this out during the meeting. This is my thank you to Pam Hall. What would Pam Hall do? Because Pam and I have not always agreed, certainly, but she has worked closely with our staff, as many of you have commented on, for years to negotiate through issues just like this. And we are in a better place right now because of the work that she and others did over the summer. And I want to thank her for that. We did a nice proclamation at the beginning of the year, but I wanted to kind of round out this process with a thank you to Pam. And I hope that we will remember the lessons that we've learned from her, that working collaboratively gets a better product. And this amendment, let's be clear, I believe strongly it was submitted 6 weeks late after the deadline by the city. In this item, it says the city had contemplated submitting this through the land use element change, and we changed some of that in October. So it appears this amendment was drafted late and entered into the process 6 weeks late. I do not think we would have accepted this amendment from a private sector individual. And the amendment approved dramatically after the transmittal hearing in May. The work that was done between May and today, I believe our staff would have done that work before the transmittal hearing if this had come in from a third party. This is no knock on the city on what you've asked. I mean, we've got a lot of layers here, but this was an unusual process and it was submitted late. And those of us who have been asking questions, it's not that we want to slow it down. It's not that we want to ditch it and not have any growth in this area. We assume this is going to happen. It's about the details and working through the process as we've done. So this is good work, but there is a lot more work to do in the future. And even if we don't get traction on this tonight, we're going to be facing these issues for a long time because this is a work in progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dozier. I'm going to have Commissioner Lindley, Commissioner Proctor, and then Commissioner Jackson, and then we'll try and deal with the motion at hand. Commissioner Lindley.
Yeah, to quote Principal Jackson, I'll be brief because we're both thinking it's bedtime here.
I'll second that.
He's got to go to school tomorrow. I don't. I definitely support the motion put together handily by Commissioner Maddox and Commissioner Meyer. And I would like to see in the discussion with staff hereafter that we look into the open space. If the city can look into the open space to become some sort of a public park, public access park, I think that would be really appropriate. I mean, we don't want just open space only for the bears and the wading birds and the gopher tortoises. We want it to have a public access. If we can talk about that during the process later too. But I'm supporting the motion. I appreciate us getting here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Lindley. Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I go back, commissioners, to DOT's indication that the staff report did not have any analyses of in their transmittal package. I go back to DOT saying to us that it referenced the Northeast Gateway, called it a major infrastructure project, and said including a new I-10 interchange at Welaunee Boulevard. In my mind, I have tried to identify the major I-10 intersections, including Mahan, a 4-lane Thomasville Road, 6-lane Monroe, 4 to 6 lane Capitol Circle Northwest, a 4-lane I-10 at Highway 90, Quincy Highway. That's a 4-lane with major truck stops. And DOT said that a new I-10 interchange at Welaunee Boulevard. And I'm thinking about where's the 4-lane? So are we really seriously trying to sneak something in, or are we sincerely going to put a federal interstate exchange on a 2-lane little bicycle path over there? I don't get it. I think something is up. I just don't get it. But DOT tells us that a new I-10 interchange at Welaunee Boulevard. If it ain't so, somebody put this candle, blow it out before it becomes California burned up on fire. Now, the issue is, are we really going to put 3 transportation intersections off of Miccosukee and put another entry point there at Centerville, and we're going to pretend like this traffic can handle these neighborhoods, intensification of neighborhoods along those pathways? Are we going to choose to love our trees more so than moving the traffic and getting to our places of various places where we have to go in the morning on time? So no one wants to talk about the Canopy Road issue, but this thing is being put smack dab in the middle, and it intensifies up there on the front end of everybody who's coming from north heading into town on either of those roads. It's already bad before you get to I-10 coming up Centerville, but this largely will clog up the front end of Centerville. I'm just trying to ask the question that will tell the truth and shame the devil. Are we talking about clearing out and making a 4-lane from I-10 on Centerville back up, or from Miccosukee, those 3 different intersections there onto Miccosukee? Are we really talking about, let's go ahead and 4-lane this thing? Because what we're putting here, you're talking about road clog. It's going to be like Atlanta. I mean, I don't have that problem to worry about, Commissioner Deloge, that's your district. But to whoever future commissioners are, they're going to be very, very painfully. Lastly, I want to say, commissioners, that your compliments to our staff for the time, for the energy that they've given, is rightfully should be observed. It's my hope that in the year of 2021, that our staff could find half the energy, creativity, that we would study the Southern strategy with equal vigor next year. There is no doubt that as a commissioner from my district, I feel a certain way. And I understand the city is the applicant. The city is also its own approver of this measure. The city has eminent domain. But I've done a little calculation, and based on the build out of this is easily going to be $1 million. I mean, when you put a electric meter on every building, every home, every commercial activity, this is easily $1 million enterprise that the city garners between these roads. So over 10 years, 12 years, 15, whatever you want to say, there is a lot that the city will reap. Not clear on what this will do for the coffers of Leon County, but it's very clear. Now, I'm lifting up this transportation issue because I'm not going to be here to help you guys always. I'm not going to be here. Take advantage of me tonight, but I'm giving you this. I am advising you, you got to get the trip issue worked out. We can't trip up and ignore transportation. And I want to just give to you Exhibit A. You remember FAMU Way. and we thought we were going to go across the railroad track with that road. We got so far out there, we bought land, this, and this, and the project got shut down because CSX said, y'all ain't coming across our road. That ain't gonna happen. We had to replan, reroute FAMU Way to bend along the way with the train track, and then come back and go underneath the thing. Y'all remember that. All I'm trying to say is that we have to get transportation right. You have to thread that needle. Otherwise, all of this, you'll find yourselves thinking there's going to be 4,000 units there, and your transportation not right. Those trips are not identified. You'll be down to 200. Just want to tell you that. I think it's very important. I think that the ask by Commissioner Dozier, that we take this thing down to at least December. It keeps us in the 180-day grind. It gives the public. I was very proud to see some of the veteran voices of ecology and environment and transportation. It's just a weighted, Ms. Archibald, people who have participated for the betterment for a long, long time and have challenged us and held our hands to the fire. I think Commissioner Maddox, are you open that we can carry this thing down to December? We bring it back and look at it in November and load it up again and knock a home run with it. And that gives all of the stakeholders another chance to perfect. And they're not here to tear it down. I think we've heard consensus tonight, but they're here to perfect a model that can stand over time. And it gives us a chance, commissioners. I won't be here, and I'm telling y'all I ain't gonna be here. That's true. And it tells you not to go forward until you identify your trips, and you only got 2 roads to do it from. Centerville or Miccosukee, all the trips there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. We'll finish up Commissioner Jackson, then I've got a few comments, then I'll circle back to the maker of the motion. Commissioner Jackson.
My father always said, don't talk too much if it's already been said. I think we've all done an accurate job of summing up exactly where we're at on this. I do applaud the process, and I do applaud the entire engagement. And I think this is job well done. And the only thing we can do between now and that November date is improve it. My kudos to Commissioner Minor. You look like one of my 8th grade science students trying to prove they'd actually done their homework during digital learning. And I was convinced, so I gave you a passing grade. I'll have to get the document next time you show up. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Yeah. All right. I'll be brief. I'm going to support the motion. I think this is what it's all about. We've spent an immense amount of time getting to this point. I think everybody gets most of what they want. Nobody gets everything. This is the way the process works. Nick, Commissioner Maddox, thanks for making the motion. Commissioner Minor, thanks for having the creative kind of side note. It sounds like we're tracking similarly to the city. We'll see in the next month how that plays out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, I'll hand it back to you, Commissioner Maddox, but I'm ready to take a vote unless there's more people that are out there. But Commissioner Maddox, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, I want to ask Commissioner Minor, can you submit your work to staff? So they have exactly, they know exactly what's in your mind. That is perfect the way you broke that down. So let's submit that.
8th grade chemistry, yeah.
First of all, I don't even think he came up with it. Pam came up with that, didn't she? She came up with that. She gave it to you, and then you submit Pam's work. You cheated.
It's her idea, but it's my diagram.
Nice diagram. Hey, listen, man. Hey, we're in a good place. The only thing I ask is that when we come back on the 10th, that staff is set down with all the stakeholders, as I think Commissioner Richardson said, and everybody's here giving praise, so we can go ahead and move this thing forward. I think it's a good compromise. I believe that through my conversations with both parties, everybody can be happy with this. So I'm glad we're here. I gotta admit, when I first had the conversation, I didn't know how we were going to get here, but I'm glad we're here. So I'm ready to take a vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Maddox with the fancy graphs by Commissioner Minor, seconded by Commissioner Jackson. All in favor of the motion as it has been presented, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 6-1 by my reckoning with Commissioner Proctor in opposition. That, as far as I can tell, is the end of business for tonight. Am I right?
Right.
We thank you, Mr. Mayor, for y'all's patience and your time. This was an extraordinarily long meeting. Thank y'all for all your work. This was a great body of work that culminated in an awful lot of work.
Mr. Chair, as you know, as city commissioners, you know, we don't get paid as much as y'all do, so I'm gonna have to send you a bill.
This is way past my bedtime. So with that, we stand adjourned. Y'all have a great evening. Thanks.
They're getting a raise.
Good evening.
That's on y'all's thing, yeah. Good night. Thank y'all.
Good night.